I'm amazing.
Yeah,
I'm amazing.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh, he killed me.
I'm getting brutally slaughtered.
No, that was an accident. No, that was an accident. That was an accident.
Ooh, was that a triple collapse?
Get up. No. Ah! No. Get up. Get up. No. Oh. No.
Why this happened to me?
Oh. What did I do? It's an accident. Oh, what? What? Why? Why? What?
I hate this game. I freaking hate this game.
Oh, I fell. I did the water bucket thing. I did the water
did
bucket
it.
thing.
Nice.
Don't touch it. No!
Last Pokemon left, and our full team still with us. The nerves were high, but seeing that it was a Torkoal gave us some relief.
Torkoal. I changed to the wrong guy. Hydro pump the hell out of him. Let's go!
Just like that, we defeated the champion of the Hoenn region in our first ever Pokemon Nuzlocke.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Some water spilled out of nowhere. And I had to go clean it. Hey, player, what's up, Michael? How are ya? How is life? That was weird. I gotta put a reminder to check on that. Water spill check. I'm just randomly walking and I see water on the floor. Hey, long time no see, Mary. Tired, very tired. Work. Work made you tired, I'm assuming. KK Mary. Wait, KK Mary. Oh, aren't like Angel? I thought you forgot. I mean, hi. What's up? Work, school life, women. Okay. Trying to show off there. Because you know whammon. And you know I have no whammon. Ugh. So hot. I mean, hi. BRB? Okay. You know all the stuff I don't understand. You don't understand life? Well, I don't think anyone understands life, so I don't think you're alone there. Oh, I could take the book before leaving? I didn't even know that. The heck? What do you understand? I'm just joking. Hey, she gives me running shoes. Let's go. What's the hardest thing? Work, school, life, or women? Absolutely nothing. I call BS on that. Come on. Come on. You must know something. Everyone knows something. Women are the hardest. Yeah. I'd say maybe life is harder. But women is definitely... Women are definitely up there. School, you're gonna finish school. Work, yeah. Work you can understand, I'm sure. And then life and women are hard, for sure. Wow, what was she doing? What was going on? Alright, what do we pick here? A Swablu. A Durant. An Electabuzz. Which one do I want? Let's see what he has. Ooh, he actually sucks. He only dies to fire, which is pretty cool. And he probably has some moves, possibly. Kind of interesting to use. Let's see, Electabuzz. Electabuzz might have Thunder Shock, which is useful. I don't even know. I just always assume Electabuzz. Yeah, Electabuzz has good stats. Special attacker, and then Swablu. Swablu is not even evolved, so we're not even gonna do that. Can you evolve Electabuzz? That's a great question. Yeah, they can learn the elemental punches, but all items are randomized. And I don't know if you could buy them in this game, because this is a randomized ROM. This is a ROM hack. Pokemon Gaia. I mean Gaia. What's it called? Electabuzz. What do you need to evolve Electabuzz? Sinnoh Stone. I don't even know if I could get it here. Hey, welcome back. My Twitch is updated, no worries. What did I update with it? Trade him? It said Sinnoh Stone online. Well, I definitely can't trade, I mean. But he's the best out of the three, so we'll go with Electabuzz. We'll name him Slayer, since you're here, Michael. And this is a rare sight. Are you still working at the Tex-Mex? Oh, not A. Oopsies. Not A. Your name is Sub. Oh, I'm like so bad today. There we go. Alright, bye. Now we have to go get Pokemon. Actually, we can't get Pokemon. Ooh, a throw. Throwback to that throw. Next electric type, name it Zip Zap Clap. Maybe. If I remember. Oh, we reset it 4 times already. And I'm not feeling like this is the good one. So what we're gonna do here is buy some more Pokeballs. I got like 6 more Pokeballs. And catch some Pokemon. So the chick was super heavy flirting with me, like touching my chest and abs. You don't have abs, but okay. Such a show off. And sides and laughing over that. And then she tells him she has a boyfriend. There's nothing to be confused about. That's, here, let me show you what that's called. If you go on google.com, you know, and you search up this word, ho. That's,
Ho.
So, actually, I'm sorry. Really, she's a player, okay? She's a player. Just player slayer. She's a player. She's not. She's a player. I'll let you know. Okay, cool. What? Caught in 4K? Listen, okay? I'm just saying. Like, that's kind of messed up. Unless she has an open relationship. Because you don't have a flirt like that. Oh. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you so much for the sub, bro.
Player Slayer 313 just resubscribed for 9 months. Nice.
Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub. Player Slayer Michael. Every time I pause and unpause, I have to get rid of the unpause, pause, chat command. So it doesn't show in chat. Anyway. Her boyfriend is from Georgia? What the heck? Does he live in Georgia, or? Wait, subscribe at tier 2. You subscribed at tier 2, bro? Jesus. I think you're the first ever tier 2 subscriber. What the hell? Arigatou gozaimasu. I just noticed that. Thank you. Yes, sub go. You're a Lord and Savior. I'm too poor to sub? Yeah, don't worry about it. Damn, thank you. He lives in Georgia? What's it called? Oh yeah, the sub goal. Every 5 subs. Let's just do this real quick. Okay. We go here. We press the button. Wait, let me press the button. I'm a professional streamer. I'm a professional streamer. Give me 1 second. Alright. We got the wheel. The wheel of fortune, baby. Okay? On this wheel, you can make me wear hats, have hot sauce, take a shot, eat jelly beans, gift subs. So let's see what it'll be. Oh, I should make a zoom into the wheel. Oh, for next stream I'll do that.
Anonymous gifted Call of Duty Suit Fu a subscription.
Thanks
An
for the
anonymous user
anonymous
gifted a tier 1 sub to Call of Duty Suit Fu.
Let's spin the wheel first. What are we gonna get? Oh, we got quiet. That's where I stay quiet for 2 minutes because no one likes hearing my voice. that one is dumb. That one is dumb.
Player Slayer 313 cheered Dex 100. Player Slayer 313 shared X 100. I will send you some cock. I mean cock. I mean cock. I'm trying to say cock. I mean coke. I mean cock. I mean coke.
Oh my god, that was torture. Jesus, I do love to talk. Thanks for the cheers, bro. What's up, doctor? No, it's 2 minutes. 2 minutes of Oh, that was actually an accident. You have internal bleeding. What happened? I'll bill you. Oh my god, can we catch this mantine? What the hell? This is BS. How many more freaking things do I have to throw? Are you serious? Slayer, come on. Don't die. Why is it saying a billion? A billion. Finally, let's go. I do remember you got stabbed. How do you feel now? Yeah, I should have asked that right away. Jesus. What should we name this mantine? Why is the sub thing not schlabooping? Someone put a song. You guys are such weirdos. You're weirdos. This is a sexy song, though. Where's the sub thingy? I'm so lost today. Jesus. Oh, here it is. Sub goal. No. Where is it? Twerk. Smirk. Burk. What the hell? That's not the right button. Where's the button? Button. Where is the button? I can't find it. I'm literally retarded. Wait. Why can't I find it? There's supposed to be a thingy for the thingy. And I can't find the thingy. Oh my god. Where that you know where it says sub 6 out of 5? I can't find it. I'm just gonna turn everything off and then see what happens. Oh, there it is. What? I put it in effects by accident. Why am I such an idiot? Don't answer that. Okay. It should say 1 out of 5 now. What the hell? Why does it say 6? Oh, whatever. Jesus. Anyway. Getting permaban. It's okay. It's okay. It's the first time the song comes up. It hurts now? Jesus. Can you tell player what happened? Yeah, he got stabbed. Lil Nas X? Oh, God. I mean, he's my favorite. I'm a sucker for big brass. You are. Alright, we're gonna call him Man. Because it's part of his name, Mantine. At least we caught him. Jesus. Celantopath. Let's go. You suck, Ping? What do I suck? Huh? What do I suck? I suck pee-pee? Well, you know what? There's nothing wrong with being gay, okay? Except if you're talking to my mom or dad. Then there's something wrong with it. Just kidding. Mostly my mom. Alright, let's go here and get some more Pokeballs. Casman! What is this poo-poo song? Okay. Archon Hills, next Pokemon. What will we catch? What will we catch? Oh ho ho! That's a cool looking Pokemon. How good is this Pokemon? Oh, here, Meowstick. Meowstick is fast. And that's about it. I've never used this Pokemon. It looks cool. Oh yeah, here. Doesn't it look cool? I want to catch it. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Let's just try to throw a Pokeball. Come on, Meowstick, come on! Don't kill him, don't kill him, don't kill him! No! I'm such an idiot! Ugh. Hey, what's up, Nathan? Wait, so the girl... Oh yeah, so he got stabbed. Call of Duty Suitfu. Angel got stabbed because some guy was trying to steal a PS4 and then stabbed him by accident. Isn't that crazy? Basic as a man was stealing a PS4 and I got in the way and got me and I was almost tased, but the cop had his stormtrooper aim and the robber cried in the baby aisle. Baby hall. Baby aisle. Yeah. Pasa pusi ya poku pupi pepa. Zipa la patu pusi pate pupata. Oh. Alright, let's heal up. You know what? We're gonna verse him. We're gonna verse our freaking... We're gonna kill you with Thundershot. Get out of here. Get out of here. Alright, next Pokemon. New Pokemon, baby. New Pokemon! Ooh, nice! Actual starter. Well, an Ivysaur. Ivysaur, I'm so sore. I don't know. I'm still top? Nice. That's why you're good. I just made a girl angry freshman year. What'd you do? Hey. My favorite artist. Don't kill him. Oh, yes. Thank God. Come on, Pokeball! Oh my God! Stop leech seeding. You're such a leech. Bro. Ah! Alright, we're gonna quick attack him. Long ago. Oh, I could heal, I could heal. For a second I was like, I can't heal, but this is not a hardcore Nuzlocke. Oh my God, so annoying, bro. No! Why'd you have to crit? You Slayer. Anyway. I'm back, so the cops try to get me and not the robber. I'm black, so the cop... Jesus! That's a sad story. Honestly, I don't know what I did. I was laughing at something, and then boom, knife in the arm. What the hell? Why is everyone getting stabbed? So you made a girl angry freshman year, and she just... And you were laughing at something, and then boom, knife in the arm? You guys gotta stop getting knives. It's like... getting stabbed. It's not good. There's no that not... This is the same joke as the other day. This is almost like 6 years ago. Yeah, I figured it was a while ago because you said freshman year. Wait, that was freshman year of what? High school? Wait, freshman year? Yeah, freshman year of high school? Jesus. Okay, we only have 2 Pokemon, but at least we got 2 Pokemon. Let's go train, man. I was stabbed in the kidney. I can't feel my left side of the body and I got internal bleeding. Wait, so internal bleeding, is everything gonna be okay? Like, you went... Oh my God! A Giratina? You went to the hospital and stuff, right? So... Oh, that's quick attack. Oh yeah, quick attack doesn't affect them. Just stop it. Stop attacking me. Let's run away. When life gives you melons, you have dyslexia. Hey, Justin, what's up? All about that base. Did you know that not having sex makes your will better? Comprehension reading that I read books and... what the hell did you just say? But Giratina, I can't catch it. This is a Nuzlocke. Look at the rules. I can't catch it. Anyone failing yet? Anyone failing yet? I'm failing in life. Jesus, what are with these freaking Pokemon? I'm gonna bubble beam your ass. Jesus, why'd you almost kill me? Let's go with a quick attack. Are you serious? Oh, boo, booty, bap, boo. Forgot about that. No worries. I got tased by a junior. I said that and Doctor and me spammed that. Yes, this is true. Ba-da-da. No, not November. Oh, I think Angel failed. Call of Duty Suitfu failed, I think, for No, not November. I didn't fail because I never participated in the challenge. So, you can't fail something you don't partake in. Oh, Bubble Beam did not work. Ba, 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 da, ba, 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 ba. Ba. Ba, ba. What is this beat? Why is it off? Ba, 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 ba. So, who requested this? What is this? What version of the song is this? This is so frustrating. Me channel, but all the pauses are uncomfortably long. Oh, Michael did. That's good for leveling. True. You mean non-stop nut November? Yeah, I did. I know it. If we have so girls have fingerless February. No, not November. NNN. Girls have fingerless. Yeah, I think that's a thing. That should be a thing. You should make it a thing. You'll become famous. It's actually so frustrating. What the hell? I know it bothers a musician. It is annoying. I tried that whole... You can't... Oh my god. You can't fail if you don't take it strat on a test. And Dean came in talking about some academic dishonesty. Academic dishonesty? Oh, that was good. But that's true. You can't fail if you don't take it. Jesus, I feel like my whole vibes are off. What the hell? I'm just gonna fill in the empty spaces. How long is this? There's only 3 minutes. It feels like an eternity passed already. That would be me too. I play saxophone. You play saxophone? Cool. What's all these legendaries doing here? Can you hit your supersonic? You know what? Run away. Run away. There we go. I can't go that high. Good. Well, it bothers you too. Oh, it finished. Nope. PP is a dad to a child, his friend with benefits. Is a dad... Pippi is a dad to a child, his friend with... What does that mean? Bro, I'm losing brain cells with you guys today. Jesus Christ. What with the music and the book, dyslexia, and then going to your principal and... It's so stupid. The more people are frustrated, the happier I am. All that's missing is Dialga. True! We will be doing a 24-hour stream when the new game comes out, by the way. Since you mentioned Dialga. Yum yum. Skip, I'm having an aneurysm. I can't spell for shit. This song. And finish, no worries. Yes, you did confuse. You got me with confusion. Confusion. Jesus. Now I can't speak English. Imagine I just had a stroke on stream right now. What would you guys do? Would you guys call my mom? And don't say, I don't have your mom's number, because you know you do. Alright, let's just Thunder Wave here. Low kick. Hey, Slayer got low kick? Let's go. I have Tourette's? No, you don't. If you do, I'm sorry. But I'm not, because that's your problem. I was joking. That would suck if you do. Oh my god! Why do you have a Pulkia? Thankfully, he's a water guy. Get out of my face. So many legend... Ah! Oh my god. Oh, an Electabuzz. Low kick. And then quick attack. Let's go. Oh, shit. Whatever that disorder that makes you do things uncomfortable. That makes you do things. Makes you do things makes you feel uncomfortable. I don't know. It's just living makes you feel uncomfortable. I call you sis since it's easier than your mom because your mom will be too horny. If I had a stroke on stream, my mom would be too horny. Oh, if you called her. Oh, I get it. Listen. Some people have Tourette's, okay? Uncontrollable. Oh, Tourette's is the thing where... I'm not gonna speak. Because I think I know what it is, but I'm probably just gonna speak out of my ass, so I'm just not gonna say anything. Tourette's is the thing that if you look it up on Google, you'll find the answer. Crime! Next time! Hey! Thunderstruck. Hey, but every other beat is missing. Great. Is that the theme today? Can Tourette's give you organisms? I can't read. Can Tourette's give you orgasms? Let me look it up real quick. Can Tourette's... I didn't laugh. Give orgasms. Whoa! What the hell? Ever since I started having sex, whenever I would come from clitoral... I would break out into muscular spasms and tics. Wait, what? Isn't this the opposite? Sex Tourette's. No, that's... That's someone who has... Jesus, that is not the question I was... Wait, did you guys even see what I looked up? You guys don't even see it. Why doesn't it show? I get so much butt? What? Oh, there it is. I am a person with Tourette's. When people with Tourette's syndromes have an orgasm, do they get a ton of tics? They said most of it was their leg would kick. They said it was funny. When their girlfriend was going down on her and she started doing that, they had to stop and pick it up later. Because her leg would keep kicking. Interesting. So it seems like for some people, yes. For some people, no. And then some people just have Tourette's when they have sex. So, there's your answer. Anyway. Yeah, I should have gone incognito. It's too late. Principal Palkia, Kia, Soul, Soul Food, Food Court, Courtesy, SC. I don't know what's after that. I say cheese is what I say with my Tourette's. Okay. You do say cheese a lot in chat as well. I thought Tourette's was a type of turtle. No. It's not. That would be cool, though. I wouldn't show it just in case something bad comes up. Yeah, no. I didn't look at images, okay? I just... Ooh, a shell gun. I just looked at non-image images, so it's okay. Jesus, why are the wild Pokemon so good? And then I just get I get man. Be a man. Stay out of incognito. Yo, so true. I'm not a man. I'm a wussy. Okay? But I do know people who are men. And they go my cousin goes non-incognito. I don't know how he does it. Oh, yeah, look at this. Look at this. Claire, you haven't seen this. And for those that haven't seen it. The background changes. I forgot to change it to fit with this. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? It took me hours to make that work. And it only works for this game. But I'm gonna hopefully do it for every new game. Ooh, this is so catchy. Boo, 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 boo. Do, do. It's an outrage. Hey, that's pretty cool. Turret can be different. I have stage 1 of it. Oh, okay. You put the meat channel again? Jesus. Pee-pee, you honey. Yeah, I'm honey. I'm honey. Just like Coney 2012 or whatever. I forgot what that was. Are you doing first Pokemon per area or just one Pokemon? First Pokemon per area. So I already failed to catch an Ivysaur in this area. Oh yeah, I should write down Ivysaur. I thought this was an easy Nuzlocke, and then I just kept messing up, and it became hard. And static encounters count, so I could catch this Clefairy. Unfortunately, the static Pokemon are not randomized in this game for some reason. But it is what it is. Possession. Correction. Erection. Bars. Hey, that's pretty cool. Look, when I go watch underage girls, I don't want the fist on my... The FBI on my... We caught Clefairy! Yay! Let's pretend we didn't read that. It's okay, player. He's underage, so it matches. Adjust the rules because it says 1. Oh, it says 1? It says 1 Pokemon per route, no? 1 Pokemon per area. Yeah, 1 Pokemon per route or area. It's really the first encountered Pokemon. You're right, though. That is. I should fix that. First Pokemon per area. Not 1. I didn't even think of that. That's clever. Thank you. I'll put a reminder. I'll fix it for next stream. Honey, these balls in your mouth. No thanks. Bro. Incognito. Okay, I'm not gonna read that. Oh, I thought you were gonna say incognito or something. And I was gonna be like, bro, I'm not gonna say that. Incognito, Nidorino, Rhinoplasty, Plastic Tic-Tac, Token, Kingdom Domination. Domination. I dominate my girlfriend in bed, and that's my right hand. Nationality, Alcitai? Pool floor? I'm pretty good at loopholes. You are pretty good at loopholes. We're gonna name you Fairy again. Your name will always be Fairy until you survive. And what? That didn't make sense. Your name will always be Fairy. That is all. Name it Party the Oh, excuse me. Name it Party the Platypus? I can't. Its name is Fairy. Unless we didn't get Mime Jr. Things could have been worse. Oh my god, a Beldum. Oh! Have you ever played this game, player? Ooh, it's a Ponada. A Nataran. Let's go with Slayer. Slayer player. Oh, I should have low kicked, but it killed it anyway. Burk! Burk! We already did all this. Get away. Get away. What is this ending to this song? It's like the worst ending to a song I've ever heard in my life.
Stop the cap, we all know your girlfriend is you. Imagination and duck, 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 duck.
It is,
duck,
except...
Duck, duck, duck,
except my
duck,
except
duck,
duck.
duck,
It's not
duck, 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 duck.
Moves, abilities, no.
Wom,
Pokemon
wom.
are... Ow. Pokemon are randomized. Items are randomized that you could find on the floor. And that's about it. The next Nuzlocke, I want to do a shiny lock, so that'll be crazy. Ooh, a focus band. And yeah. You're gay, Pink? Nothing wrong with being gay, okay. Types are not randomized. I should have made it more interesting, I guess, but... Listen, it's randomized, and it's a ROM hack that I've never played, so it's cool, okay? You don't have to do him like that. He says after calling me gay. And revealing my secret to everyone. You know what? One of my favorite... You guys know Norm Macdonald? He died recently. But he is a comedian, and one of his jokes was, I'm a deeply closeted gay man. And people are like, you're gay? And he's like, no, I'm deeply closeted. And it's kind of funny. I woke up and chose violence. Well, it's good that you didn't spell violence correctly. So I guess you just woke up and chose vil ants. Guess it's a type of ant or something, yeah? This sounds nice. I was just curious. Aren't we all just deeply closeted? Right? I feel like no, I don't think I'm deeply. I think I'm just I think I'm just a little bit gay, you know? Just a little bit. Nothing wrong with that, you know? Unless there is something wrong with that, but you know. Alright, let's see what we're gonna catch. I think we need fairy here. What will we catch, baby? Ladies and gentlemen, it's a... Oh, I thought it was a legendary because it's so big. It's a stupid dog. I mean... He's fine, I guess. Oh, he's in love with me. What a loser. Let's go. It's good I bought more balls. I'm in love with Hitler. Well, sorry to tell you, bro. He's dead. Same. You're not teacher. I was a teacher, though. But you're right, I'm not. Like, when you watch a compilation, what are you really watching? Bro, that's why I don't watch them anymore. Keyword anymore. I got too into it. Come on, Stout. Yes, let's go. Honestly, I kind of stopped. Well, when you watch a compilation, you kind of imagine the pee-pee as your own pee-pee. So it's not, you know, unless you're staring at the pee-pee the whole time, then you might be deeply closeted. I know that you like the taco hat, so I'll put the taco hat on. I can't put the 3 hat. I can't do that. Bars. I can't pick that. I can't do that. I got them bars. I don't own cars. Jesus. We're gonna name him Caspi, because that's my dog's name. And we have to name something after my dog. Alright. Actually, Caspian. Alright. It's my dog. What the hell is this? Oh, this is what Justin put on earlier. Thunderstruck with a weird version. It's frustrating, but not as frustrating as the... This... It's just stupid. Y'all are cuckoo. Ah, so that's what your problem was. I have many problems, but yeah, that was one of many. Oh god. No, this is a different type of frustration. This is creating a knot in my heart. It's just terrible. Why? Why would you do this? Hey, he's in love with me. Fairy's actually really useful, so that's good. Hopefully we don't lose this time. No, it's going too fast. You guys are just terrible human beings. Oh, it's an icy boy. Why don't I ever get a fiery boy? Yes! Oh my god, that was close. Imagine Caspian died. My own son. PP likes knots in him. What? How'd you know that? Thank god that finished. Atoms are not made or destroyed, and we are made out of atoms. So no officer, she is not... You guys put this song again. I forgot about it. You pulled the age is just a number card. Wait, age is just a number. An important number. Officers, she was of age. Listen, Angel, okay, Call of Duty, he's a young man, okay? He's younger than me and you combined, player, okay? So he's pretty young. So oh my god, no, this is actually more annoying than Thunderstruck. Can I run away? There we go. Ba ba ba. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Do 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 da 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 da. Empoleon. Ooh. Thunderstruck. Oh no, that's Thundershock. I'm an idiot. For real though. Of course, because you're 100 years old. Together, we're yeah, because I'm like 80 something. How old am I? My brain isn't developed yet. Not until you're 20. I think it's until you're 25 or something that it's fully developed, which is kind of sad because I'm 24, which means I only got less than a year left. Check your DM. Hey, don't DM him. What are you DMing him, bro? No drunk. I promise. I'm not officer. Jesus, don't send him anything too crazy there, player. I mean, do whatever you want. I'm not gonna control your life. By the way, New York elections just finished because election day was today. Yay! Aren't you guys excited? I know I'm not. My dad tried to get me to vote so hard. He's like, bro, go. And then he came back and they got a pen. And he's like, bro, if you vote, you could get this pen. And I'm like, damn, I kind of want to go now. But I didn't go. Mommy, nice picks player. Oh no, this is the... It's gonna rape my ear now, isn't it? Oh, right here. What did that say? What was the next Pokemon? Oh, it's Jado. He poisoned me. With poison point, probably. What a fascist. Ah, it still scared me. Why did it still scare me? Okay, I know it's almost done, though. Oh, he's poisoned. Wait, I should go heal. I'm so stupid. Whoa, wait. Your present is a sex offender? My present? Wait, what does that mean? My present? My president is a sex offender? No, he just likes rubbing women's backs. Who, Biden? He just likes rubbing women's backs. It's your president too, by the way. Atoms do not touch, so no, officer, I didn't hit her. What? Oh, that's a good one, actually. Da-da! I thought it was gonna be done by now. Let's supersonic your ass. Oh, he confused raid me. That's even better. Oh my god, is this song insanely long? Oh, finally. I didn't read who is the next Pokemon. Let's go with Metronome. Volt Switch! Oh, it switches out the Pokemon, I forgot. Ooh, he learns Confuse Ray. Let's go. Oh, it finished. Really? This song's longer than my... When I go out with women and do things with them. I don't know. Mantike. Man, he's a special attacker. So taking out tackle is fine. No New York president. Oh, the New York president? No, that's the governor. And he stepped down. Governor Cuomo, he stepped down for sexual allegations. Boop. Stop adding that song. Petition to not allow Nathan to choose song. I'm just gonna turn it off. Thank you for skipping it. He could just skip it, that's true. Well, this is not a song. What is this? What? What is this? Stupid! Stupid!
Severe shrapnel wounds in both legs. In love with the nurse, rejecting women before they had a chance to reject him. Take note, Maddie. Got a job as a foreign correspondent, fell in love with his roommate's sister, married her and moved.
Sister! No one says sister! No one says that, okay? Jesus. If you would like to send videos to react to and stuff like that... Oh, Jesus. Don't look in my search history there. If you'd like... I just realized one of them doesn't look that good. If you'd like to send stuff, then send it here, okay? I'm feeling in love with the nurse. I'm gonna put Spotify songs. Jesus Christ. Anyway. What have I started? Hu Tao. Yes. The only good president is Obama. No? Are you serious? George Washington was pretty cool. Except for the slaves part. Nah, just listen. I can't. You see, if I listen to what you put, then someone else is going to put something for me to listen to. Then I have to listen to that. And then I end up not even playing the game. But I know you guys aren't watching for the game anyway. Blueberries are purple. No, blueberries are blue. Are you blind? I'm sorry. If you're actually colorblind, I apologize. Blueberries are blue, bro. Actually, they are kind of purple. I get distracted way too often. Protest ping pong. Ha, you can't skip. If you put a song, it does cut into my song though, so you could do that. Boom, boom. Hey, let's come together. Why does it sound so weird? And lose yourself? Down to your knees. Do what he please. Come together. That's kind of cool. It's purple. It's blue. It's blue purple. The guy who was watching, that is what it was. What it's from. Oh, I didn't know that. I think we shouldn't listen to... What the hell? This isn't my song. Oh, this is the voice. I was like, why did someone just scream? What is that scream? This is not even weeboo music, but yeah, my music is weeboo music. That's true. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, stop it! Oh, he's dead, okay. Executor. Snap to music, you better never let it go. One shot and not miss a chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. Jesus, why is he so strong? Ah! Can you stop killing all my Pokemon? Come together, my love. Oh, for me. Wait, he should be... Caspian should be fine. Stop putting everyone to sleep and not missing. How do you not miss any of your freaking moves, bro? This game is racist. What? You critical hitted me. Everyone's asleep. I'm legit about to die. It's... I didn't put this. Digimon. This is weeaboo music. Hey, Black Clover. This sounds nice. I never really watched Digimon. Terraria Underground. That's a weeaboo.
Monkey do okay. Monkey
Thank you,
do
I
pretty
try.
okay. I guess.
What do I do? I'm losing all my Pokemon. Ah! Please, wake up. Wake up. Wake up! You stupid dog. Wake up! I hate this game. I freaking hate this game. Like, what do you want from... A confusion is killing every... Oh. Oh my god, bro. I forgot to put the Pokemon in the Pokeball area, too. Well, that goes number, run 4. Da-da! Boo, 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 boo. I thought we were gonna finish this by, like... What is... I thought we were gonna finish this game a while ago, to be honest. You know, you were my first streamer I ever watched on Twitch? Really? Oh, wow. I feel blessed. And I stayed the only one that you have ever watched, right? Oh my god. A ho-oh. A ho-oh. You know, you're not only annoying me, guys. You're annoying each other. When you put this stupid music that's not even music. Okay? Same? That's a lie, Nathan. You watched other streamers before me. Maybe second streamer, yeah? Me channel. Alright, I'm putting Spotify music on. Terraria Underground, but it never starts. Thankfully enough, I don't even know how the Terraria Underground's supposed to sound. I played it like twice in my life, and I don't remember. So, this doesn't affect me in that way. It just affects me in a way of like, this is a little annoying. On Twitch, you're the first? Oh, that's right, because I was on YouTube. Wow, is that crazy that I forgot about YouTube for a second? Jesus, my apologies. You're right, Nathan. Alright, let's see what we're getting. Maybe this will make everything better. A Venonat. A Relicanth. And a Crawdont. You know what? Let's just go with Crawdont. I don't care. Your name's gonna be Duck. Because I don't know. I'm banned from watching you on my side. Yes, skip. I'm gonna ban this song so no one can request it anymore. Yeah, if a song's more than 7 or 8 minutes, it gets skipped. No! What do you mean? You just wanted to skip it. You could put a shorter version of Grandfather? Wait, what? I thought you were trying to put a that movie, what's it called? The Godfather? The Godfather? With the mobsters? It's called The Godfather, right? We might get a Muck. That's actually a pretty good Pokemon to get. Ish? I don't mind getting a Muck. If we get a Muck, I don't mind. I gotta listen to my Weeaboo music. Oh, no, you don't. Let's see what you put. Oh, finally! A good song. This doesn't sound like... What? Is that how it starts? Smash Star? Alright, let's see what we're catching. Well, let's go get more Pokeballs. Can the song start? Oh my god. Once caught a body, but a body sadi. Body once told me the world was sad and rough. I love this song. Shot school in the shed. A Muck. Got him done with a finger. Oh wow, he has good moves. Don't kill Muck. Huh. And you poison me. Great. Stop coming. Come on, Pokeball. We got Muck. I'm gonna name you Cum. Please let me name you Cum, please. Let's go. I thought we wouldn't catch him, to be honest. Hey now. Oh, her. It's a her. Ooh. Hey. Yes, you noob. I am and down bad for Hitler. Well, I don't know who Hitler is, but cool story, bro. Living La Vida Loca, yes. Great music. Uncle Cracker. Why do I feel like that's gonna be a racist song? The Digimon song was nice. I liked that. Come dumpster? Nah, we'll just go with come. Small and simple, you know? Oh. 11 health. 8, 7. He has 8 left. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, let's use a potion. Wow, 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 wow. Honky tonk. Bonkalonk. What? Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, my back. Don't worry, you get more free requests after your song finishes. It's so that one person doesn't spam songs. It's not so you guys are forced to spend money, don't worry. Go out, only style. Somebody wants What are we catching? What are we catching? Ew. A Noctowl? Yeah, we'll catch you. If you don't die, we'll catch you. Oh, he didn't die. If you don't die, we'll catch you. Fine. Oh my god, let me catch you. Let's go. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with me in the back streets? No, if you don't know, where I go. Hey now, you're a rock star. Oh, play. In Archer, I got hit in the head with the tip of a bow. Jesus! Are you okay? Was it, like, not a sharp bow? Oh, dang. And I fell. Sounds like it's straight out of a movie. Cisco on that... Oh, you lied. Listen, you got stabbed, so I'll believe anything you say now. One day. One day, one day. That's a great song. One day. Oh, one day we'll all be free and proud to breathe under the same sun, singing songs of freedom like why oh. Alright, what's this? Come, poison gas. Let's go. Come, pound. Come, pound. Come, pound. Come, pound. Come. Oh, there we go. Don't come in pounds. That's kind of weird, but... Make you see... Does he have a move? Me, guys alright. Follow me, we'll begin at night. Yeah, that's my favorite song. Yeah, I got you. No one, the tip of the bow, not the arrow. But I just assumed that also hurts, no? Ooh. Some weird stats. Alright, let's get him in there. That's what she said. Ooh, look at those udders. Look at them udders. He has really good moves. Good job, Duck. Follow me. I like to do some pee-pee. Just follow me. See, I wish we caught a Turtwig. That would be sexy. This is having stars kind of interesting. Oh, I have some cool Pokemon, though, I guess. Spam tackle, spam tackle. No, bye-bye. Let's go. They're metal. Yeah, that's... Well, did you actually fall? I can't compare them. What is this, country music? Ew, disgusting. Just kidding. Some of it is okay. It's better than Wii music. Hey! It's a samurai. We'll just vice script. We just vice script. We'll just vice script. We'll just vice script. Hey, it worked out. It's a lot of XP too. Let's get cum in there. We need some cum, and then we'll go back to duck and just bubble. Come on, cum. We need you, cum. We'll just vice grip. Let's go, cum. Level 6. Cum is like so cool. Switch out. Oh wait, this could have been dumb, but poison powder, of course. Why is everyone poisoning our boy? Oh, imagine he died. Doing at night. Let's go with starter versus starter. Oh, it's a Vanonat. I completely forgot. Oh, he has disable. That could be actually kind of annoying. Ah, never mind. He's dead. What are we gonna get? Wait, do I have enough balls? We do. What will we get? Ladies and gentlewomen. Shadebase is a creator of Demon Slayer, and their logo is nice. Look at bro. Was it you that kept showing me Shadebase every couple of like weeks? I know what it is. It's the porn thing. I only know because of you guys. I'm gonna look it up. You can't trick me. What are we getting? Ew. Disgusting. I hate Why Not. Why Not ruined our last run. So, no. I'm not even gonna catch it. Oh yeah, we can't run away. I forgot. Thank God it doesn't have any counter or anything. Losing to superstition. What do you mean no? Yes, I'm right, bro. That's what it was. I remember. Why couldn't we get Timber? That would have been so much better. Sensations. Can you not put me to sleep? Wake up. Thank you. Swing some close up and go dancing in the rain. Ooh, Electivire. That would... Imagine we caught an Electivire. We wouldn't have to worry about evolving Electabuzz. Look at that. A level 3 Electivire. Why couldn't we catch that? Vida loca. Pushing to you out. Live la vida loca. Wakes up where with these wild loca. She gonna wear you out. Live la vida loca. Live la vida loca. Oh my god. Live la vida loca. I did a lot. What about the Art of Zoo? Yeah, I don't know that one, but I can guess. Because of all the other stuff you sent so far. She's let's we're actually this might be a little dumb to waste a potion, but I don't feel like going all the way back just to heal. Ooh, a Pikachu! Are you serious? There we go. Let's poison gas into a pound. Let's just get come up there a bit. Ooh, Owl has to go up now. Upside, inside out. Si la vida loca. Push and pull you down. Live la vida loca. Oh, that would have been so sexy. Agaslash. Alright, let's go get the Clefairy. Part of me doesn't want to waste balls on her, but... Because then we don't have money for potions, but... That's it. This is the last run. 100% guaranteed. Art of Zoo, like how the zoo was made. Like I'm being for real. I don't believe you. Oh, there's Honky Tonk. Why are you trying to say Spanish? I'm not trying to say Spanish. Alright, Clefairy, bow down. Damn it, I'm in love with him. Hypnosis. Let's go. Are you serious? You woke up? Oh my god. There we go. Let's go, Clefairy. Your name will always be Fairy. Yeah, well, because she's a fairy. Not a furry, a fairy. Come on, guys. Live la vida loca. Oh my god, is that Mills? Did you change your username? What is up? My friend loves your content, Pink. Who's your friend? Oh, from last time? How you doing, Mills? When he said you were gonna put it in the Discord server? One of those friends? What is up, Mills? How are you doing? How is life? I feel like it's been forever. She's in superstition. Because it's been a while. I hope life is doing well for you. Hello. It's not MILFs. It's Mills. Millie. Your hat's invisible. I know. It's green. Alright, let's poison gas into a pound. Into a pound. Damn it. I never read what the next Pokemon is. Don't kill Cum. Don't kill Cum. Don't kill Cum. Let's go. Why are you up so late? Do you like my hat? Oh, get out of here. Last trainer. Oh my god. Oh, that didn't do much. Super effective and did like nothing. I'll take it. Confusion is so powerful. I'm not risking this. Let's go to Duck. Duck doesn't affect me? Confusion doesn't affect a Gyarados. Oh, it's gonna have Thrash. Hey, it's dead though. Let's go. That was lucky. Hello, Nathan. We want to go watch Shrek. Shrek is freaking hell yeah. Swampert. Swampert titties? Tight? No, it's a tight. I read that wrong. I'm helping another streamer and I saw your live. Oh, cool. You're helping a streamer. Oh, that's cool. Or you're like modding or something? Modding. Yeah, modding. Moderating. Art of Zoo is a good document. It does on how lions did fight in zoo. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna look this up, bro. I'm gonna go incognito right now. Incognito. Oh, I literally just went on incognito and typed in incognito. Art of Zoo. Extreme porn video. Oh, you're so dumb, bro. I'll watch it later. I'm not good at that stuff? Oh, okay. Hello, Amina. You technically are new with the new username. You good, bro. It's nothing bad. It's literally porn. Which isn't bad. But I'm happy I went on incognito for that. Alright, we have some new Pokemon we could catch. Wait, can we catch? Yeah. What will we get? Ooh, a Simipour. I always thought Simipour looked so stupid. But it's okay. Yo. Let's go. I don't want this hat anymore. Thought someone was near me for some reason. Let's just scream at it. Oh my god, it had a stupid berry. Are you kidding me? Let's vice... Ah! I killed it. Oh my god, Simipour is dead. Well, I didn't even want it, so it's okay. I didn't want it. Wait, that was that. Cerro's Path. Arcan Hills. Did we catch a Pokemon in Arcan Hills? I don't remember. Turn it up, bruh. Yeah. I'm sick. My favorite? It's really about a dog effing a girl. Cool. Hey, Diego, what's up? Hey, I hope you're eating some pizza. No, I'm joking. I hope you're eating some salad. He's dissing my Pokemon knowledge. Wait, how? I'm serious too. Okay. You know what you would look good in? What would I look good in? I would look good in nothing. That's what I would look good in. Oh, this is the route. Donkey Kong. Woo! What are these words? They're hella cool. Oh, Eris Road. Here it is. Let's see. What will we catch? What will... Oh, no! No, we don't have enough balls. Oh, we have 9 balls. What will we catch? What will we catch? What are we getting? A Magnemite? Okay. That's fine, I guess. I guess that's fine. Stop supersonicking all my Pokemon. Just gonna tackle you. There we go. There we go. Can you get caught? Let's go! We're gonna name you Mills, since Mills just popped in. Hopefully you survive. Alright, this time I'm gonna put all the Pokemon in, because they're gonna survive, okay? They're gonna survive. Okay, see you, Mills. Thanks for popping in. I do appreciate it. Arasquila Game City. Oh, you gonna send me one for free? Oh, that's so sweet. Maybe I'll get one. I want to start making money before I buy stuff, though. I'm kind of minimalistic when it comes to clothes and items I have at home, though. So if I need a hoodie, I'll definitely look into it. To raid, is it like yes, it's exclamation point raid. Send me an address? Nah. Seriously? You would send a free hoodie? No way, bro. You don't need to do that. But if you're gonna yeah, I mean DM me and I'll definitely let you. What the hell did I just do? I just went full screen by accident. What the hell just happened? That was weird. Oh, I fixed it. That was the weirdest thing that ever happened in my life. It kind of looks different, though. Okay, whatever. I guess we're good here, though. Oh, get down. Heck yeah for my bra. Oh, that's so sweet. And DM me and I will talk. Enjoy Shrek, man. Hey, there's no new Shrek, though, right? You're watching, like, Shrek 1 or Shrek 2 or something, right? Excuse me. Alright, this is what we're gonna do, alright? Ladies and gentlemen. Gentlewomen and lady women. I don't think that's a thing. We have a total... Oh, we actually have a lot of Pokemon now. We're not gonna lose one of these babies, okay? First, we got Duck. Forgot his real name. There he is. Crawdunt. Okay, we got Crawdunt. Then we got, Cum. Wait, we got Cum or Owl? Yeah, I think we got Cum first. We got Cum in there. Alright, then we got, Owl. Alright, and we got an Owl in there, okay? Now things really get crazy, okay? You know why? Because then we got Fairy, baby. I think that's the order. We got Fairy. Oh, wait, Fairy just stays. Because Fairy, we always have Fairy. And then we got Magnemite. I wish we got Baby, but... Let's put that here. What's the truth? Isn't this an amazing song? Diego's probably getting really excited. I don't think Diego will be able to complete No Not November just because he hears this song right now. My jokes are so good. Alright, why can't I pick Nuketow? Oh, I could pick him. There we go. I want it to be, like, perfect. There we go. Muck is sticking out a little bit, but it's fine. Our last Pokemon's gonna be a legendary. Yes, Fallen Angel. He says a lot. You see, I know it. I know he would get excited. I knew he would get excited. Wait, we still have a lot of level 5s. We're gonna have to make that a not level 5. We're gonna train so much that we're not gonna lose a single soul, okay? Like a soaring angel, takiti boopy ba. Super. Do you know the words to the song, though? We'll just Super Sonic you, and then we'll change into Come. Da, 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 da. It's not working. Exclamation point raid space and then the person you want to raid. I think so. Wait, let me double check. Oh no, it's not. Oh god. I don't want to raid accidentally. So, oh my god. It's not letting me. It's a backslash and then raid. That's what it is. It's a backslash. It's not exclamation point. I think most commands have to do with backslashes. For future reference, I suppose. Da, da. Oh my god, why are my Pokemon so trash? And Mud Slap. I forgot I had Mud Slap. Looking for an angel. Boom, beam, pop, beam, poo. Welcome back, Nathan. Haposati. Shapoopy patty. Alright, I'm gonna write down all of their weaknesses real quick. Alright, so we have Magnemite. I think Magnemite is just an electric type. Could be wrong though. Oh, it's electric steel. Right. So since we got an electric steel, he dies to... I'm gonna write it down because we're not gonna lose this run. This is our last run. Confirmed. I'm gonna have... He dies to fire, fighting. And 4 times to ground. This is the long version of the song too. Here I find my dear. Let's see. Clefairy is fairy, so dies to poison. And steel. I actually remembered that without looking. And I looked to confirm. Okay. And we got Noctowl, which is a flying normal. Yeah. So Noctowl. Noctowl. Dies to electric, rock, and ice. We got Muck. He's just a poison, so he dies to psychic and ground. I almost wrote down cum. And we got our boy Crawdon. Crawdon is actually pretty good from what I remember. Too many weaknesses though. Crawdon is weak to fighting, bug, grass, electric. Ooh, that scared me.
Call of Duty Suitfu raided my stream with 1 viewers.
Look at that attack though, Jesus. Thank you for the raid. Arigatou gozaimasu. One last thing I will check. Yeah, he's an attacker. Just want to make sure if they're special attackers or not. You know what I mean? Clefairy is a special attacker. Magnemite is a special attacker. Okay. Alright, we're back. Arigatou gozaimasu. Sorry if you didn't see the raid thing. I don't think it shows up on browser. But thank you, bro. Nathan. Diego. Let's change into... Oh, okay, we're good here. Routes. So, firefighting ground kills our boy Mills. Firefighting ground. So, fire and fighting kill Magnemite, kill steel. So, that's kind of easy to remember. Ground being 4 times effective is kind of hard to remember. But electric kills ground, so I should remember it. Just tackle. Oh no, I'm running away. I'm not versing a rollout Shuckle that just withdrew like 3 times. But it's cool that you figured it out. Have you been streaming, Angel? Let's go into Fairy and just get some... Okay. Hey, that actually worked out. Jesus. So much running back and forth. I say this is our team, but honestly, they're not that good. So, if we get better Pokemon, I might switch. Oh my god, I almost attacked again. I almost lost the Pokemon very, very quickly. Jesus Christ. That would have been bad. Next time, I'll take time. Name it Zip Zap. Oh yeah, I forgot the Zip Zap collab. My bad. You said you would remind me. Yeah, I have. Bruh, what? I forgot. Listen, we're not... Oh my god, no rollout. We're not all perfect, okay? Especially not me. Ooh, he learned Thundershock. Let's go. Fire kills you. We're gonna go Duck. Duck levels up really quickly. Ooh, Sing. Let's get rid of Sweet Kiss. Now that you actually have a decent move, we could use it. Wait, can I run away? Okay. Let's run away. It's actually so annoying to train up Mills here. Okay, these Pokemon are like annoying. How about here? Oh, we didn't verse this guy. Yo, verse me. Never mind. Thunder! Thunder! Let's go! There we go. Level 4, what a loser. Let's go. Gothita. Whenever I see a Pokemon I just don't want to look at, I just switch to my starter. My starter's actually good, which is nice. Roll out. Thank God you only have one Pokemon. I've been streaming COD and IRL things, but I have one viewer who's very supportive. That's awesome. I'm happy for you, man. I remember when I first started. Oh, I had. Well, I'm still small streamer, obviously, but when there's no one you could talk to, it gets kind of lonely. You know what I mean? Oh, this is so much better to train here. That's good to hear then. You know. Damn, Thundershock is actually good enough to train in here. I'm gonna try to train them all to like level 13 or something. Maybe like 12. I don't know. 13 sounds a bit crazy. Na 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 master. Na 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 na. Oh, extreme stretch. It's usually just one though. What time do you stream? Let's get some legs. Oh, and I haven't been doing my push-ups. I'm not gonna lie. Oh. I will say Call of Duty is very hard to grow in, unless you kind of talk about your stream when you're playing it, because there's a lot of people who stream Call of Duty. That and having a consistent time schedule is important. IMO. Oh, we could just tackle. Ooh, yes, more Kinglers, please. Or Zubats. E, Sonic Boom. What the hell is E? But he learned Sonic Boom. That's a great move. I just want them to be around level 12, and then we'll push the gym. We're gonna freaking over-level the hell out of these guys. Because you know what, guys? I wanted, after the hardcore randomizer Nuzlocke, I wanted a chill Nuzlocke where I just play the game. But Jesus, Nuzlockes are... Even regular Nuzlockes are not so easy. Ooh, a Gengarite. Which I should have expected, but I'm an idiot. Okay, Mills actually has awesome movesets. It's kind of random, but usually 1 p.m. or 5, 6, 4, 3 p.m. Yeah, that is random. If you can make it consistent, then I think you'll be seeing more people. And then if you talk to people in chat, if you would want to do that. I think it's harder, again, when you're younger to do that, but... Just because people will make fun of your voice or whatever, but yeah. In my opinions, the not famous streamer. True! Hey. Well, no, hey, that's the... Oh, I missed. I'm running away. I'm not about to die. Wow. No, I'm just being truthful, right? People on Call of Duty tend to be pretty nasty. But you play Call of Duty Mobile, no? Or do you play Call of Duty Mobile as well, or? Ooh. Imagine I metronome myself to death for somehow. I think Charming Cry is actually good. Let's see what metronome will do. False swipe. That was not good. I almost died. Oh my god, that was very good. Bad. I can, but nobody really joins anyway. Just the supportive one. Gotcha. Well, I'll tell you, when I was playing Call of Duty, talking to people in I mean, that's how I met Player. And it's, I mean, it was fun for me. But I think that's very useful. Otherwise, it's very hard, I think, for Call of Duty. Unless you're streaming on YouTube, then it might be slightly easier. Because the algorithm works a bit different, but... I mean, it depends what you want out of streaming. If you're happy with how you are now, then it's fine. If you want to become a full-time streamer making billions and trillions of quadruple-lillion dollars, then yeah, that's different. Yeah, mobile and infinite warfare, but mostly mobile. Yeah, he told me about it. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, as long as you know, you know. Giratina, bye. Actually, I'm an idiot. I could have probably charming cried Giratina and got a lot of XP. Cause Fairy's super effective. Can you... Oh, Jesus. He was rolling out on me. Rolling out. BRB? Aight. Ow. I just hit myself. Oh my god. Like, I feel like it's on and off. Look at this. Oopsies. It's on and off, like, where the camera is. And where my mic is. It is what it is. I am fly. Fly out. Fly out to you. Alright, no, let me run away. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. I forgot. Poison kills Fairy. Poison and Steel. I gotta remember. But you know what? I'm getting used to song types because of that, so that's kind of cool. Like, now I remember that Fairy dies to Poison and Steel, you know? I think. I think I remember it. Sometimes I probably forget it. Ooh, one-hit KO. That's what I'd like to talk about more. I love the charm ability that she has, which is just so awesome. I don't remember if we picked up that item this run or last run, but one run we picked up a really nice item. And it was not this run. But whatever. Your hands on me. Let's I want to get a flying move with the owl. I hope he learns something by like level 10. Jesus. Poisoned. He should survive. Yeah, he's fine. He dies to Electric, Rock, and Ice. Electric, Rock, and Ice. How do you remember that? Electric, Rock, and Ice. That's all the stuff that kills flying types. I guess it doesn't really make a difference that he's a normal type. Oh, finally, Peck. Let's get rid of... Foresight could be useful. Let's get rid of Growl. Foresight could actually be useful. Back. Translator, how dare you into Chinese? Tango. Oh, the Chinese version? Chinese. Spanish? How do you say how dare you in Chinese? You know what one of the best openings for Hotel California is? The Gypsy Kings. I don't know if you know the Gypsy Kings. But, oh. I'll tell you guys. I'll show you guys after. On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, one smell of colitas. I can't go that high. I just sound terrible. My hiker heavy and my excitement dim. I had to stop for the night. Oh, it's this guy? I thought it was a real song for a second. Oh, why am I so tired? Just translate on Google. How dare you in Chinese? 你真没敢.
你怎么敢?
Okay, is it supposed to be a curse or something? Or you just wanted to know that specifically for no reason? Not even could be hell. Relax, do. Show me the light. Door. So tired that way. Welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely face. Sit up at the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely face. Damn, I'm beautiful. It says the N-word in it? Does it? Well, I repeated it. I heard it. I didn't hear the N-word. It is. What? My new exit? What does that mean? Jesus, stop screaming. Okay, yeah. Anyway, you have to hear it close. No, you just have to be racist, and then you hear it. Just joking. If you're black, it's not racist. I apologize. I would get so cancelled. Oh yeah, Mudslap is perfect against Magnemite. And to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely face. Welcome to the Hotel California. You're hurting my ears? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was singing it okay. It's just so addicting. Such a lovely place. Shupulahalu. It's actually catchy. Some good guitar playing. Ain't gonna lie, it's some nice guitar plays. Let's go with some pounds. Gonna pound you to oblivion. Isn't he a poison guy also? So why does psychic and ground kill poison? Like, where's the logic there? Or if you're poisoned, you just use your psychic abilities and get rid of the poison, and then poison literally does nothing on ground. Okay. There it does. Rising up to the air, such a lovely place. What? That's not a word, is that? For a night, sit in the hallway, dashing bell. Sorry, but you sound like a chainsaw. That's not me singing. It's the guy. I sound like a genius. Excuse me. Show me the way. The way. She showed me the way. Oh, he learns the Sable. Welcome to the Hotel California. I'm an idiot. I shouldn't have taken out Harden. Harden could have been good with Minimize later on. Welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely place. Oh, it's me? I'm sorry. I like to sing, alright? Like, what do you want from me? Just because I'm beautiful. I keep not reading what the Pokemon is. Oh my god, my eyes are burning. Welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely place. Really? I didn't mean to do that. Okay, let's change out. Thanks for the lurk, guys. I'll be right back.
Quietly lurking.
I think he started. Me. He died of natural causes. I did. To the Hotel California. How long is this song? Jesus. Oh, it just finished when I said that. I actually gotta go. I'll go for a walk. Okay, cool. Cause exercise. Yes, I should. Speaking of exercise, I should exercise more. I'm so bad at exercise. Cop, you pushed him. Me. He died of natural causes. Cop, you pushed him off a roof. Oh God, I forgot to change the background. Me, gravity's natural. True. I'm really tired today. I thought we would do community games. I'll be honest, I don't know. I don't know if we will. Maybe in like an hour or two we might, yeah. I'll say that. You. Let's go with can we hypnosis? There you go. Wow. Was it even worth hypnosising you? Oh, Bisharp. That's pretty sharp. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely place. Naruto. Oh, he's trying to learn Bubble Beam. So I think he's a special. Yeah, he's a physical attacker. But both of these are special attacks. So we'll take out Bubble in place of Bubble Beam since it does more damage. What is Cry Out? You miss Gardeck? We played Gardeck a week ago, I think. Yeah, we don't play it as much, obviously, but the user cries out loudly, preventing sleep for 2 to 5 turns. What the hell? Such a random move. I don't even remember that being a thing. Noctowl is a special attacker, actually. Oh, wow. So that's going to be our best move. We'll take out Tackle, then. And we're not going to verse him yet. First, let's go heal up. Move. Nanimo. Nanimo. Unfortunately, Clefairy's kind of weak. So we're going to go with Come, just so he could get a quick... come in. I mean, poison gas in to poison him. Animals are not allowed to touch, and we are made from atoms, so no, officer. I didn't push my sister in front of that truck. You hate this song? Is it overplayed? Is that why? All right, Fernando, get out of my face. Oh, damn. The one thing that could actually kill Cum. Let's just go for a poison gas and then change. Okay, good. This is good because he's gonna do double. He's gonna keep double teaming, but he'll die. Ugh, he has confusion. Are you serious? Duck, who will be? Why does everyone have confusion? So overplayed. It's fair. He wouldn't stop singing it. Hey, confusion doesn't affect me, bish. Oh Jesus! Why'd I almost die? What the hell? Charming Cry? Oh my god. Wait. That was he has a fairy move? Let's change to Calm. This is so annoying. We're disabling confusion. Let's go! Yes! Now that he has a fairy move, we'll change to our fairy Pokemon and metronome. Really? We miss our metronome? We'll go to Mills. Yes. Confusion shouldn't do anything on Mills either. Have you been hit by a smooth criminal? Because I have. Oh, that's a good one. Because you literally have. That's actually a good one. Let's see how much Sonic Boom does. Jesus. What? I miss... And he crits me? Are you kidding me? Can you, like, die? Jesus Christ. You're not learning defense, Curl. Nidoran. Okay, thank you. That was so much work to take out one stupid Pokemon. We'll change into Duck and heal you up with our last potion. And we'll go with Bubble Beam. Alright, good. Rotom. Oh, are you serious? Okay. No! Don't miss! Don't miss, Duck! No! Are you kidding me? Why did I use Duck against Rotom? I'm such an idiot. I was hoping it wouldn't have an electric move. I wasn't thinking. Oh my god. I'm actually an idiot. Well, I'm outie. I can't. No. That's a big aw.
Bruh.
I can't believe. Starter
do
died.
bad. Monkey do very bad.
Our starter is dead. Because I'm an idiot. I don't deserve to live. I thought we would have everyone this run. I thought it would be the last run. It will be the last run. But he's dead. I guess we'll have to just come back. Make the best out of it. Jesus. Why am I such an idiot? Monkey do very bad. What a flashlight is? I know what a flashlight is, yeah. Oh my god. We almost died. And he levitates, of course. Oh my god, everyone's dying! I should have bought potions. I forgot to frickin' buy potions. Why is this game so hard? I honestly thought that would be the last run, guys. I honestly thought it would be the last run. I had no potions left. You wrote him singing, yeah. Why do they have such crazy moves? Oh my god. It's like, it's so weird because it was easier in the, like, before, and now it's harder. It's like, it doesn't make sense. I don't get it. Oh god. Like, what? We can only win with legendaries? Is what that... Am I that bad at video games? Oh my god. Don't answer that. Era Sony's, they're not only. Thanks. Nice indeed. Oh god. That was not nice. I don't know how to get excited when every time we just die. Like, what? I was about to say, what was I supposed to do there? But what I could have done there was I could have literally just I could have literally just oh my god. I could have just bought potions. I literally forgot to buy potions. It's so annoying though, because they do so much damage. Like, we need to have decent Pokemon. Our Pokemon I thought were okay, but... Do you know what a fleshlight is? Yes or no? You didn't say fleshlight earlier. Oh, I mean a fleshlight, not a flashlight? Oh, there you go. Yes, I know what a flashlight is. Somehow I missed, like, every single message. My bad. Top 10 sad anime moments. True. Baby born today will live to 3,000. What? Is that a thing? We need to win... Yeah, I know what a fleshlight is. My cousin told me what it was. He said he wanted to buy one, but... Randomized is luck-based. Randomized. It's a little bit of luck, but it's not completely luck. But yeah. Looks like not ping. I know what it is. It's a thing you put your pee-pee in if you want to have a good time. And you don't have a girlfriend. That would be kind of cool, actually, if you send me one. But no, don't send me one. Why do you have one? That's so weird. You're a kid. Wailord. Alright, let's pick Wailord. He's a big boy. We're just naming you Big. Big. I love Wailord. But you know, we're gonna lose with Wailord. Lies? You don't think he has one? Or you don't think it's completely luck? It's not completely luck. It's a lot luck, though. Alakazam? Oh my god. If we catch an Alakazam or an Aggron, I will be happy. I will be a happy man. Please tell me you have a move. You have Water Gun and Roll Out. That's actually pretty good. Your attack's pretty good, too. Okay. I have high hopes for this, this run actually might be good. I wasn't feeling too good, but it might actually be good. I can order one for you. I don't own one, or do I? I don't think you do. It'd be kind of crazy if you do. You got a big boy. I did get a big boy. I thought he's good, but he has very low... I think he has very low defense or very low HP, one or the other. Which makes him a very weird Pokemon. I'm not risking this. We're buying 11 Pokeballs. Let's buy a antidote and 1 potion. Susume! This song is overplayed. But you guys like this song, right? Alright. What will we catch? Okay, Aggron. You know what? That's pretty awesome. And Aggron is pretty awesome. But what do I use without killing it? Shit. Oh my god. We might not actually catch this Aggron, will we? The song isn't overplayed? I guess it hasn't been around as long. But no, it is overplayed. Yes, it is. In Japan, it was overplayed, at least. People aren't singing it every 5 seconds. True. Where's your address? I'll send it, but you're paying shipping. I do want to get a P.O. box eventually. I think it's way too soon, but... I will get a P.O. box eventually. For you guys to send stuff if you'd like. And we would open it on stream. Don't send me that to open on stream, though. I don't need it. It's okay, Angel. In Japan, but anywhere else, no. Maybe. I don't know. It was really big in Japan. Oh my god! We caught her first try? Let's go! That's so lucky. That's a beast Pokemon. That's what Steven uses. And Steven is Bay. Oh my god, that actually makes me so happy. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you guys this Gypsy King Pokemon. This is the song I was mentioning before with Otoko. That is a good catch, right? Wait, don't put season 2. No. I haven't heard it yet. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. No. I'm having my headset off. I don't want to hear it. Are you sure you don't want one? I'm sure. I kind of do, but nah. Oh my god. Your name's gonna be Lucky, because Jesus, how lucky was that? I spelled lucky wrong. You know what? Your name is just Luck. Yeah, but I don't want it to be spoiled for me. Oh my god, imagine we got a stupid Talo instead. Do you have any moves? Yeah, you have Mudslap. You have Headbutt. That's actually a pretty good move. If you already watched the Demon Slayer movie, why wouldn't you see the opening? Because I watched it before the second season came out. What do you mean? I'll get you a fig? What's a fig? Next Pokemon, next Pokemon. Ooh, Kabutops. Interesting. Some interesting Pokemon. Again, I can't really water gun you, though. You're gonna die. Let me write down what Aggron dies to. I keep having to write them down, but they keep dying, my team. Aggron dies to water. Fighting times 4. And ground times 4. That's kind of scary, actually. Big, I think, is just a regular big boy. Might be wrong. Let's see. Wailord. Electric and grass. Oh, he's just a regular water boy. And Kabutops. It's rock water. Dies to wait. Oh no, I could water him. I'm an idiot. Never mind. Suzume. Boo beep boo. Electric. And grass. Oh my god, he dies to fighting and ground as well. I don't like that. The 2 Pokemon we have are going to be dying to 2 same things. That's not good. I'll get you a feet fleshlight. What the hell is that? Second season already is coming out? Yeah, I know, but I haven't seen it yet. I forgot. Here. Hey, yeah. Do the sleep emote? No, don't do that one. Alright, water gun. Don't kill Kabutops. Honestly, I don't mind if it kills him. I was kind of hoping it would kill him, but... Oh my god, first try again? Jesus. Your name is Jesus. How lucky are we... Oh. How lucky are we getting? Jesus. You know we're not going to do good this round because we have Jesus on our team. He's going to die is the joke. The song is still going on. If Earth is the 3rd planet from the sun, doesn't that mean that every country is a 3rd world country? Oh my god. I guess. I've never heard of a foot flesh flight. Jesus, English hard. All right, we're gonna train up our team to level like 30 this time. Oh my god, a Mesprit? Are you freaking kidding me? Of course, everyone has confusion. Everyone has confusion. Yes. Can we get some? Of course. Mud slap? Yeah, it doesn't affect. Ah, didn't mean to use it again. Okay, all right, all right. Let me run away. Are you sick? Oh my god. What the hell? It is a feat. Oh, I don't want it then. Light bulbs were such a good idea that they became the symbol for a good idea. That's a good one. I like that. Tsurete susume poopy patty poo. Oh yeah, I wanted to put the hotel call. Why is it not playing the next song? What the heck? Oh, the ending of the Demon Slayer song was just forever. This is beautiful. Spanish group, by the way, so yeah, kind of cool, huh? Electric grass fighting ground. And you teleported. Gonna verse my own. Oh, I kind of wish we got Alakazam. Imagine having confusion this early on. Oh, Alakazam is so sexy too. Bro, I played the second. Yeah, I played the second intro. But then the ending just took forever, that's why. Alright. Level 5, baby! That's high, I guess. Don't poison me. Don't die, don't die. Don't die. He has 4 life. He actually would have died. I gotta heal you. You like this? You like this? You like this version? You're getting it whether you like it or not. Alright. I mean, I'll take a flashlight. I'm not gonna complain. You won't see me complaining. Okay, I promise. Can Aggron stop popping up? The hell? Freaking Halloween Pokemon. Alright, no. I'm not dealing with that. Oh! You almost killed me. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely... Grass is 4 times on Kabutops. I have to remember that. California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely place. What type are you, stupid Jesus? Rock and water. Ugh, that's so poo-poo. That's why everything kills you. I always forget this command. Song Q. You always forget how to spell Q. What would you want it to be? I could add on so it's another command as well. I don't want no gloob. Lawyer, hope you get a suit. Doctors, hope you get sick. Cops, hope you're a criminal. Mechanics, hope you have car trouble. But only 3 wishes you prosperity. True! These are good jokes, man. I like them. You know what's so sad? Jesus gets hit normally by water Pokemon. Like, he's so bad that he can't even do that. California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely face. Welcome to see your California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely face. Nope, nope, no Regirock. En el pecho la bupa, she poopa patapa. Wait, how much would Mutz? Oh my god, imagine losing him there. Water fighting and ground kills him. How do you remember? How do you remember? They say Asteroid killed all dinosaurs. You could say it killed many birds with one. Yeah, it did kind of kill many birds with 1 stone. You get a raspberry flavor and a hot tub. That sounds good. Listen, I'll take your word for it. I don't want to look up that stuff anymore. For today, I'm good. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely face. Welcome to Seattle, California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely... Hey! There we go. Let's go. Water is super effective. Bye. For real. Reading a book is looking at a dead tree and hallucinating. Kinda. Where are you reading these from? Where are you getting these from? For real, though. Alright, so send it, bro. Send it. I'm for real, too. What if I want it? What if I want it? I don't know how I'm feeling about these Pokemon. Hopefully the Pokemon in the cave is good. Why is Tackle better than Headbutt? What the heck? Tackle's literally doing better than Headbutt. Grass would own me? Grass does nothing in me. When you say forward or back, your lips are moving that direction. Forward. Back. Forward. Yeah, kinda, yeah. That's cool. Why haven't you heard Demon Slayer opening 2 and 3 if they're in the trailer for season 2? Because I don't watch... I think trailers are one of the worst things, okay? Why would you spoil yourself on purpose? I don't get it. Like, yeah, it builds up hype, but no. I do not like trailers. I think trailers are terrible. I think trailers are just dumb. I think if you watch a trailer, you're stupid. No, I'm joking. But I do think they're dumb. For me. It's really nothing bad. It is a mini tub for your balls. Alright, send a picture. Send a picture my way, man. It's literally what I wanted to see all my life. Alright. Let's just verse our guy and see what our next oh! Do we have enough? We have 14 Pokeballs. Thank you. Don't worry, I'll start watching it soon. I only listened to the opening once anyway. I just, you know, the one time. It's not that big of a deal, I guess, but... Get out of here, sub. Okay, next... Oh, do I have enough Pokeball? Yeah, I do, okay. Next Pokemon. Again, this. What will we get? A Spoink? Are you serious? I don't even want to catch you. Ugh, Spoinks are so poopy. Booty ba da.
Monkey do bad. Monkey do very bad.
No, you do bad. No, you. I'm not weird. Oh, what's up, yes? Jasik, what's up? You don't hear it every episode? Nah, I used to. I used to do exercise. I used to do bicep curls while watching anime. And every episode I would do bicep curls, but I got lazy. That was when I was in college. I was a different man. Ah! Now I hear it if it's a song I like a lot. That was perfect timing. I don't know why I have such low energy. Our guys are so low level. Da da da. Da da da. Get out of here, Frillish. Yes, more water Pokemon. I'm training my Pokemon to level 50, god damn it. Yes. Oh, you sent the link. Oh, sorry. Da, 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 da. A hot top for your balls. What the hell? It actually looks pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. It looks good. I would buy it. No, I wouldn't buy it, but it looks cool. Yes. Okay, Magnemite is useless. Hey, get out of here, Jesus. A Latias. Let's run away. Probably could have scratched it to death, but time to delete that off my search history. It's good. I don't know about good, but why is it lagging now? Is it lagging or is that part of the song? I can't tell anymore. It's probably part of the song, yeah. Da, 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 da. Let's just scratch it. Da. Why does that scare me every freaking time? Are there different versions that time? Alright, see you, Diego. Get some exercise, bro. Get some walking in. I have one for when I take a shower. No, you don't, bro. Stop lying. Oh, I should have scratched it. Stop lying. You definitely do not have one. That's crazy. If you do. Alright, let's absorb. Na, 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 na. Look at that Pokemon. It looks like freaking death. Latios barely gives any XP. Why? Oh, we're just smashing everyone. With Jesus. It's kind of good, but I'm sick. I have the flu. Hey, my mod friend. Let's ban someone. How do I miss messages? I'm so stupid. My bad. That's not good. Yeah, I hope you feel better as well. Oh, yeah, Angel has... That's true. Angel's not doing too well either. Gunshots? I have to explain it every time? Sure. Angel here, Call of Duty Sudfu. He got stabbed. He was at a store and someone was trying to steal a PS4. And he just gets stabbed, like out of nowhere. Cause the guy accidentally stabbed him, the criminal. Isn't that crazy? Every time I laugh, I cough. Jesus. That sounds bad. Are you sure it's not Corona? Corona Ulana. We're not getting enough XP. Jesus, you gotta do better. Like, what level am I supposed to level these guys up to for them to be good? To be fair, I don't want to level them all up too much because we could catch a few more Pokemon. So I'm gonna be a little bit careful about who I level up here. Okay, well... Oh, Jesus, we have crazy Pokemon. We'll just leave it like this. Ooh, an ice Pokemon. Here you go. Ooh, perfect. Bronzong. Bronzong dies to fire. We'll just take out Big, because he's big.
Goodbye.
Rollout is so good.
See you next time.
It's not Corona? Yeah, you could still get Corona with the vaccines. Aww. But, alright. Feel better, man. And good night. Love all of you except Bing. He also tried to get a Kit Kat on his way out. Oh, yeah. To be fair, I'd probably do the same thing, Angel. I'd try to get a Kit Kat on my way out, too. I'll believe it is not. Okay. I'm just saying, bro. You never know. That's all I'm saying. But you probably don't have... Possibly don't have it, yeah. Alright. I think we could just headbutt here.
Bruh.
Bruh. Indeed. Crustle. Every time I see Crustle now, I just think of Pokemon Unite. Water is super effective, but I'm a boss ass B, so I didn't care. Take care, you too. Me too.
Monkey
right?
do okay.
Like, come on,
Monkey
Kit Kats
do
are so
pretty
good.
okay, I guess.
Kit Kats are so sexy. Mudslap, let's go. We're getting lucky. These Pokemon keep missing. Wait, did I just change him to the Pokemon that does... Oh, no, wait, no. No, he should be fine here, actually. Never mind. Let's Scratch. Scratch is more powerful than Absorb some of the time. Oh, my God. Oh, freaking legendary, bro. I don't even want this stupid Clefairy anymore. But we're gonna still go for it. Don't die. Don't die. There you go. Oh, yes! We're getting very lucky with Pokeballs today. You go, Moscow stay. Maybe I shouldn't keep naming her Fairy. Maybe that's why we keep losing. I'm almost... Monkey do okay. I'm almost attack 1k. Attack 1k? Wait, what do you mean? You almost got 1k points, you mean? Or... Oh, what are these random Pokemon? This is from a movie, by the way. A Japanese movie. Beautiful song. I'll just headbutt you. Barbaracle. Let's go to Big. Water Gun? Water Gun's always nice. Now, once we get Surf, things should be fairly easy as well. Because Surf is actually pretty good. I think in this game it had 90 attack, which is just insane. So yeah. I think Mudslap... Ooh, didn't kill it. Okay. Hey, Vibrava's out. Vibrava. I don't know its name. Ampharosite. I wish it was a Mega Evolution that we could actually use. Alright, we finally got here, though, which is nice. I want to make it back to where we were last time, but obviously, I don't know if that'll happen. Alright, let's buy Pokeballs. First things first, we need Pokeballs. We were getting very lucky with Pokeballs, but... Eris Road. Let's change our starter. Actually, this should be fine. Oh, a Dusknor. Oh, this could be a good catch. Okay, this is Eris Road. My guy should be fine too. I could mud slap it. It's not gonna die, right? Yeah. Nightshade. Just mud slap it. Damn, this Pokemon's actually kind of strong. Ooh, he disabled it. Alright, let's go for a Pokeball. Come on, Pokeball, come on! This is a meme about Pokemon Nuzlocke. Alright, I'll click on it soon. Damn it. I don't think Tackle can hit it or Headbutt. Yeah. Here. Oh, I thought I was gonna use Disable. Let's just Harden. And go for Mud Slap. We'll just Mud Slap a few more times. No PP left! Come on, Pokeball, come on! Really? Nightshade is really powerful, though. Let's go to Big. Let's go to Big and Water Gun. Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die. Oh, okay, good. Please get caught. Please get caught. 1, 2. Oh, you fascist. Come on. Let's go. Yes. All right, what is this meme? I hate my life. How'd I fall for it? I mean, I know how. It's been a while since we did that last. Ooh, they're all leveling up too. This is a really good Pokemon. So I'm feeling good about this. I'll go with Dusk. You guys gotta give suggestions real quick, or else I name them. Wait, water is super effective. Let's go with the Big here. Why does everyone have Nightshade? Okay. Ooh, we roll out at a rollout Pokemon. Let's go. Alright, let's go heal up. You did get me. Well, it's been a while since you did it, so. Mr. Pops. Alright, new Pokemon, baby. New Pokemon! A Pidgey. Okay. I mean, I guess that's fine. We'll catch you. We're catching Pokemon so easily today. I mean, this run. Alright, so Ceros Path. Well, name it Pig Pee-Pee? Okay. Pig. Well, we gotta have a space here. Come on, we gotta have a space. Alright. We gotta go Pig Pee-Pee. I don't know what the hell that means, but that's now his name. I'm gonna stop talking. But I think this will be our team. This is the first time we have a full team, okay? Things are looking good, I hope. We gotta put all the Pokemon back, though. The only good thing is Clefairy always stays. So our starter this time was a big boy. Right? Wailord. Nice that we got a fully evolved Pokemon. Make him a little bit bigger there. Our second Pokemon was, what was it? Luck, I think? Right? Aggron. Ooh, he's a bit big. What a sexy Pokemon. I gotta change up my backup music. I have too many slow songs. I mean, it's chill, I guess. There we go. Someone put a song on. This song again? At least it's a catchy background for this song. Third, we got Kabutops. Alright. So, Kabutops. I quit all my simping and I pretended I was a gay. It just sounds funny. Our 5th Pokemon was Dusknoir, which is an insane Pokemon, I'm pretty sure. We'll double check its stats in a second, but... What bars? And last was Pidgey. Which we literally just caught. Let's go. I saw her cock. What? What the hell? This is the first time I'm listening to the words of the song. It sounds so dumb. Big pee-pee? Oh, too late for big pee-pee. Na 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 na. Alright, let's train our guys. The good thing here, Dusknoir, guys, is insane. I never used it, but... So, if we go here... Look at that defense and special defense. And it... Oh, I thought it was better. It's still pretty good, though. It only dies to Ghost and Dark, because it's a Psychic type. No, it's a Ghost type, I mean. It dies to Ghost and Dark. We got Pidgey, which is just Flying, right? So what does Flying die to? Ice, Rock. I'm trying to memorize, so I don't need to write it down. Ice, Rock, Electric. Oh, he's a normal Flying. So Ice, Rock, Electric, yeah. And then we got Clefairy, which is Fairy, dies to Poison and Steel. We got Aggron, which I wrote down, and I wrote down for the other one, and Big dies to Electric and Grass. Okay. I've memorized all the types except 2, which is nice. I think everyone left you. Nah, people just chilling. Nathan, stupid. Ooh, we're not gonna verse that. Let's change into the Magnet Bomb. Why did that look so scary? Hey, pick one up a level. Oops, what the hell? Hopefully we can actually level someone up this time. Hopefully we survive the first gym I'm in. This is a full freaking team. Before I forget, because I am going to forget before. Nah, some people might just be lurking too, Angel. Alright, let's buy potions. What the heck? Stupid songs. I don't have enough money. God damn it. Story of my life. Not really. Change to big. Roll out. Hey, only one Pokemon. Number 12 cock. What? You can call me stupid, or it said stop it? No, I said stop it. I didn't call you stupid. Or maybe I said that song is so stupid or something. The person reading this has a long schlong. I don't. Mine is average, bro. Come on, bro. The truth is the truth. You can't run away from it. These songs are so bad. Technically, we could use like 1 or 2 guys. And then just, we could use 1 or 2 guys and then just, experience share everyone else. Mudslap does like nothing. He learns Metal Claw? Let's go. Are you kidding me? Wait, how much does Headbutt do? Okay, 70 is quite a bit. Why does it feel like it does less than Tackle sometimes? Hey, what's up, bro? Player back. Hey. This first message I read when I get back. The person reading this has... Oh, hey! Bro, everyone's talking about you, bro. How does it make you feel? There's one more trainer we could verse here. A Dratini, Jesus. Ba-ba-da-da-da. Stop it! Ba, ba, ba. You read nothing. Nah, I know what I read. You funny. You funny, honey bunny. Don't you hate when people say honey bunny? Okay, we have Metal Claw. We cannot lose. Metal Claw is just a really good move. We're gonna go buy more potions too. I already got used to the song. So I got used to the rhythm to this, and I forgot the original one, so this actually sounds better now. Does that make sense, guys? Da-da-doo-doo, da-doo-doo. We versed every train. They don't give much money here. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-da. Cobalion. Isn't that like a legendary boy? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Ooh, Whirlpool is actually Whirlpool is pretty good, so we'll take out Growl here. What was the next Pokemon? Get out of here. I did Rickroll. Yeah, he Rickrolled me. Who's talking about me? Everyone's talking about you, bro. You're popular. That reminds me. There was a girl I liked when I was younger. Isn't that crazy? I liked girls. And she was like, oh my god, Metal Claw is insane. Jesus, you keep learning insane moves. Metal Claw only does 50. Why does it feel like it's so much more powerful? We'll take out Harden. Jeez, look at that type coverage. Anyway. And she was like everyone was rating girls where we were, but I didn't want to rate them. But then like everyone was rating girls, and then she came by and everyone kind of scuffled away. And she was like, what were you guys talking about? And I was like, you. I said, you. Yo, oh my god. I'm such a player. I was like, you. And then she's like, did you say anything bad? And I was like, she was like, did you guys say anything bad about me? And I was like, how could we say anything bad about you? Or something like that. Oh my god. I used to have moves. And then I never made a move again. No. I don't want the jump scare. We heard that way too many times today. You should be more practiced when saying honey bun, because that's a hood. Hood? What do you mean a hood? You have to get a new kidney transplant? Wait, are you serious? That sucks. Hey, 1k points. Metal Claw? Metal Claw? Let's go. He thinks a stupid bear can take me down? Metal Claw. Out of sight, out of sight now. I should have rocked him from the beginning. I don't know what I was thinking there. Tauros. Got that boom boom chow. Gotta get that boom boom chow. Damn, he's just owning everyone. Let's go, Aggron. We're not versing you yet. Gotta get that boom boom bow. Is it that song? What the heck? What is this song? Remember I was stabbed in the kidney? Jesus. This is your song, no? This is the song you put on, bro. What do you mean, where's your song? This is literally the song you put on. And it sounds really weird. Do you not hear it? I mean, it sounds amazing. You have a great taste in music. Damn it, I forgot to put the gem background. A Raichu, perfect. Really, Mudslap? Why is Mudslap so weak? Don't crit, don't crit! Oh my god, that could have been so bad. Layer on. Alright, let's go to Big P. Big boy for this. I forgot about Whirlpool. Let's just use Whirlpool. Wynut. I hate Wynut, bro. Wynut is a terrible Pokemon. We're gonna potion our boy. We're just not gonna take risks. We don't know what other Pokemon he has. It looks like he only has Splash, possibly? Actually, a Whirlpool is good against Wynut. Hey, let's go! Stream is super behind for me? Okay. I could bust a nut to this song? What? Not doing internet. He already busted, though. This is the Ricardo song? No, it isn't. No way. What is this? I hate when they put the airphone next to him. What does it say? Why can't I just see the memes? Why do I have to see this guy? I'm better than you at throwing rocks. One day I'll beat you. Suck it, Hashirama. The line to hit Kishimoto if he kills Naruto. And
got Sasuke. Yes, who with me? Hey Dad, what did you do? Yes, who with me? The line to hit Kishimoto if he kills Naruto. Yes, who with me?
Oh,
hey
Dad. Kishimoto. Oh, I get it. Bro, I don't like this. I'm sorry. I want to see the memes normally, not freaking through a TikTok guy that's talking about it. Ugh, TikTok is blah. Yes, we finally won! Jesus. Sorry for yelling. This is the TikTok. We didn't win. This is the first win today. This is so sad. Some kids told me I have more chromosomes than me. I don't think it's a good thing, though. Listen, it's okay if you do. That means you're a genius, I think. Is it the Ricardo song? Well, it sounds terrible. Ricardo can suck my left nut. Just kidding. That's not very kosher. Okay. Oh, I completely forgot about this. Oh no, because we didn't have access to it. Black belt helps for fighting moves, so pretty useless. New Pokemon, baby. New Pokemon. What will we get? What will we get? Oh, a Scoopalapede. Yeah, we'll catch you. Just don't kill me. You're level 5. Anishu. Oh, come on. You're a level 6. You're a level 6 loser. You're a level 5 loser. Get caught. Oh my god, did he just roll out me? Did you just roll out me twice? Alright, you're dead. No! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Jesus is dead? You're replacing him. You better get in that freaking ball. You're going in a premier ball. You're replacing him. No! Oh. Oh my god. Such an idiot.
Player Slayer 313 Jared X 100 6465678465465165466546516
That's it. Look, you're killing every single Pokemon now. I don't care. You will kill everyone. Every single Pokemon is going down to you. Okay? Okay, Luck? Your name is Luck. We don't need no protect. You're lucky. I can't believe freaking random Pokemon. Imagine we got an Arcanine.
165
I'm mad at myself, but just mad at the game.
645
I'm just mad.
165
I did say Jesus would die, though.
165
I can't believe our starter died, though. Jesus Christ, I'm an idiot.
687,
Sorry for being an idiot.
8465, 165 165 165 16879 965, 165 98465 16165 1687, 6565 165
Oh my God.
987 984, 65 164 984
I make you eat a bean for that?
168,
Yeah,
4
I
986
guess. I mean, I'm already getting all these numbers.
64616, 5168 984
Luck is the only one that can learn cut too. How lucky are we? Jesus Christ.
51687686
Mudslap only does 20 damage? What the hell?
765,
Jelly bean
165
I guess we'll take...
168
we'll take out Headbutt.
5
Jesus Christ, we need type
7,
effectiveness.
6465 165
Can you run it off?
7
Can you run it off?
5
Turn it off?
165,
I could.
7 9 8
But
7
it was
8
100 bits,
5
so I figured it would be nice to
1
just
6 5
leave it on.
8 7 9
I already got used to
7
it.
9 8 7 9
It should be almost over anyway.
8 7 9 8 7 9 8 7 8 9 7
Ah.
9 8 7 8 8 7, 9 8 4 6 5 4 6 5 4, 6 5 6 5 1 3 1 6 5 6 4 6 5 4, 9 8 7 9 8 6 4 6 5 1 6 5 4 8 7 9 8 7 6 5, 4 6 5 4 6 5 4 6 8 7 9 8 7 9 8 4 6 5 6 5 1, 6 5 4 9 8 7 9 8 7.
Finally! Jesus, okay. At least that's gone. Oh, actually I got Dusknor first. Look how much work I do for you guys. Look at this. Do I get a thank you? Do I get a yeah? No, I get none of that. No, I do. I'm just joking. I love you all. May Jesus be with you. Stupid Clefairy. Let's get Pidgey. We'll put Pidgey there because I can't be bothered right now. This is like so much work. Look how big that stupid bird is. Stupid Pidgey. Ugh. Ugh. Stupid Jellybean. What was it? I don't even know, man. What was it? I think it was... I can't tell any... Rotten Egg, I think. Maybe? Hey, you did get a new sticker. That's for being subbed. So you could thank player for that. It's a nice guy, player. Here, you studied a retard. Hey, you can't use the R word on Twitch, apparently. Alright, now that we have cut, we could do so much in this game. Let's continue in the game. We'll do that. Actually, we could do we could practice here. Which is nice. I'm just gonna carry with luck. I don't even care. He's gonna be over leveled. I don't care. His Metal Claw is just insane. Okay, now that we have luck, we should be able to gain access to some spots. So, let's go. Lepa Berry. Is that it? Oh, we also have we got a Not a TM. What's it called? Oh, there's another trainer here. I just completely forgot about that. Oh my god, why are you still alive? Oh, thank god. Let's go. Jesus! Are you serious? Oh, no. Like, fighting is 4 times effective. I should have done that so much smarter. I'm resetting. I'm not. No. You know what? That's the last run for today. That's the last run for today, okay? We'll come back tomorrow with the runs. Let's play some words on stream actually. Let's play some words on stream. Jesus Christ, man. What an irritating game. Alright, let me just fix this. Where is it? I'm so slow in life. Oh, there it is. But that's not the button I wanted to press. That is not what I wanted either. Let's put this here. Let's put a whole new browser for this, yeah? Alright guys, go pee-pee, go poo-poo, and get ready for words on stream. I gotta go pee and poo. I just gotta pee, I don't gotta poo. Come join the fun. Go play Fortnite? Ew, no. Cashew gave you a sub? Oh, nice. That's probably why it's another one. I got new sticker. It's cool that you remember who gave you a sub. That's very nice of you. But yeah, we'll be right back. Okay. No, I look in my sub list. Oh. I didn't know that. You could do that. Boom. Nice, because I just got back too, so good timing. Let's get some words on story mode. Ooh, record level 330. That's when we did a 24-hour stream of this godforsaken game. Okay. Let us start. I wonder if my head is too big for the game, though. Perm? Term should be a word here. Hey, my IQ went up. Let's go. Thank you. I'm gonna make my big head a bit smaller. Alright, that's good. For this game, you need a small head. Alright, guys, small head. What's term? Temperature. That would be good if there were more words, but what else could be here? Temper, nice. Very nice. You got the biggest word. Let's go. Term, I got term already, but good guess. Maybe I'll bring back points. Maybe I'll bring back points. I'm thinking about it. Or maybe I give points out, like, for certain things. I feel like that could be fun. I can't give channel points, though. Or maybe I can. I have to look into channel points as well. I'm just gonna write a reminder. Oh, I have a couple of reminders for tonight. Rape. There's no A here. Meat. Nice. Reap. Reap is not a word. Meter. Welcome, Aqua. What's up? How are ya? I was just thinking to put in a reminder on Angel. You're doing awesome. How are you doing on Discord? I'm gonna put a reminder right now, actually. Look how small I am now. Oh, I wonder if it changed how I look here. Huh. I'm gonna put a reminder. Oh, so the webcam size actually changes. Okay, that's good. It doesn't like change on the other source. Sorry about that. Let me just put a thingy on community. WS right now. Hey, Spicy! The man, the legend. My game's delayed. Oh, that's not good. Love the music, thanks. You could put your own music on if you'd like as well. How you doing, Aqua, though? I mean, you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but... Spicy! Nice video. I like that you went back to putting music in your videos. Welcome back, Doctor. Hey, Dino!
Denel_gigabyte just resubscribed for 9 months. Fuck you.
Thank you, bro. I love you too. Wait. That was bad. Can't believe it's been 9 months, but welcome back. That didn't really make sense. Thank you for subbing. These nuts? What? Thanks for the sub, bro. Appreciate it. Just resume the music. Play, I think it is. Hey, we beat the round 2. I hope you save all these FUs. I should. I don't know how to save them, to be honest. You should be saving them. You should be clipping them all. No? I don't know. Yes, purple and pink when you reach 9 months. There's different ones. So you could see Nathan is at 7 months. He has the 6-month badge. The 9-month badge is the purple and pink one. How you doing, Dino? Let's go with Rafe. How many months till I get your ping pong thing? Wait, what? My ping pong thing? Oh, with the gold? The gold is if you're a tier 3 sub, it's like gold stars. That Twitch adds automatically, I think. And then you get silver stars if you're a tier 2 sub. But yeah. So, no months will make that happen. Fire. Let's go. But yeah. And then, yeah. Hey, Shrek. We had some Shrek songs earlier too, so it's nice that. Oh, this is a great one. Yeah, sorry, Dino. It's an awe for sure. I don't control that, but I mean, I don't mind it either. I single. Do you have time this time, or you're on break at work right now? Wait, you don't have work today, right? Because it's election day. This song is so good. Unless you do have work. Hey, nice, you're off work. Awesome. I need a hero. Ooh, oh, I need a hero. We have a hero. We have Aqua. She's carrying right now. Oh, you worked today? Wait, really? Oh, that sucks. Oh, was it like half the day or something? Gaffer. How about Gafe? Is that a word? Gare. Gare Bear. Oh, that's Care Bear. Live. She is, yeah. 6-hour shift? Oh, okay, nice. I love how it's bots, me, and then Nathan. Hey, Sai's pretty up there. Debit card, nice. Is this one of the new ones? Debit seems to be easy though, looking at this. Bited. Bited is not a word, is it? Bited. Diet, nice. Yeah, it's not. I need a hair. Oh, bidet, nice. I should have known that, living in Japan. I remember when I used to be top 3. Me too. Sag. But what is cool, if you look at, bro, there's some really cool memories though. With you, bro. With all of you guys, but yeah. You're not around anymore. Well, I don't stream 8 hours anymore. That's probably why. I'll get back there eventually, possibly. Debt, we already... Oh, you got that. Nice. Tied? I'm doing great. Nice. How are you? How's streaming and Uber? Streaming is good. I'm gonna put out my second YouTube video soon. Hopefully that does better than the first. But yeah, also Breath of the. I'm just thinking like Breath of the Wild and Horizon and stuff. Oh yeah, I was gonna say. Sorry, I cut myself off. For Dino, if you look at the top chatter, I think you're the top chatter. You have the most messages sent. I'm pretty sure, which you could see below the stream page. But yeah, did you get through all 21 videos that one Sunday? Yeah, we got through most of them, and I skipped some. I was surprised you left. I was hoping you would send some videos because we had we were able to play some more videos. A lot of them were short, so. And I think I skipped 1 or 2. Or probably more. But yeah. Gonna try to do it this Saturday as well. And see how that goes, but hopefully that goes well. I would think Emma is top chatter because of the games, right? But no. She's not. I'm pretty sure. I mean, you could check right now. So, let me check. I'll show you guys. I need a hero. I'll show you guys. Oh well, technically I'm number 1, but let's try type. I didn't even try. People were posting 30-minute videos, and you were on like video 7, so no hope for me. There was hope though. Hey, what's up, Sai? I was hoping you would post on. We got through, I think, majority, if not all of them. I skipped some videos. But yeah, send some videos for this week though on Discord. So I'll be sure to like get to them faster. It'll be Saturday at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. I'm almost 100% sure. Clip, nice. How you doing, Sai, bro? I had to reset so much in Pokemon that I just was like, let's play Words on the Stream. Yeah, I'm surprised it was you too, Dino, because like what you said, like Words on Stream and other games, I thought maybe. But yeah. Hey, Craze, what's up? How are ya? It's been good? Very nice. That sounds like it hasn't been that good, but you don't want to talk about it, so you said, it's been good. Which is fine, but... how you doing, Craze? How you doing? But yeah. Let me show you guys. I don't know if it's easy to show. Let me see. Okay. See? It says, I have the most chat. And then it's Dinelle. And then Yesik. Then Michelle. Then Becca. Oh my god. Becca hasn't been around in so long. And she's 5th. That's kind of crazy. Then Nathan191. Then Boys. Diego. Heardot. Player. Brohan. It's kind of cool to look at. But yeah. That's besides the point. Ugh. Yeah, Lamal. Yo, I'm a genius. How did I know? I'm such a people person. It's harder with text to like understand stuff, but it's been okay, isn't it? Really good? Hell yeah. I'm doing well, man. I'm feeling happy. Well, with the Pokemon Nuzlocke, I'm not feeling too well, but it's because I suck at it. But other than that, it's going well. And I only come on here like 1 time a week for 6 minutes. I think, yeah, lately for sure. Well, there was a period of time where I stopped Canteen, nice, where I stopped streaming for quite a bit, and that probably affected stuff. But I'm back on streaming, so, and I'm gonna most likely up my hours, if anything, so of streaming. Right now, I'm doing about 3 to 4 hours a day, Monday to Thursday, and then trying to get a weekend stream in. But I'd like to pump that up to like 5 hours to get like, you know, close to 80 to 100 hours a month or something. But yeah, we should do Clash Royale streams. Only if I'm sponsored again. It was an okay stream, game. I didn't mind it too much. I wouldn't mind doing like Age of Empires or something crazy like that. Those games are pretty cool, but yeah. Clash Royale. I don't know how many people play Clash Royale here, though. I'm trying to keep it consistent with Pokemon, though, you know? And community games. But yeah, I want to grow through Pokemon and then expand towards other stuff. I want to actually follow a strategy, you know? Instead of being all over the place. Good job, guys. Sounded so condescending. Good job, guys. Good job. You don't know shite? It's hard. You were doing well before. So, you know. You're top 10, so. Aqua in first. And remember, I can see all the words first, and I still suck. Felt? BRB? Alright, cool. Ferment, nice. Something with I feel like, but free. I know. Elements would have been a good one. We got meter from Psy. Farm. No A's, unfortunately. By the way, just quick tip: look at the biggest word instead of this to find out which letter is fake. So in this case, you could see that the biggest word does not contain an L, so L is the fake letter. For anyone who might have not known that. Strat. That's strat. Let's go with tree. I'll just put this reminder out here. Fern, nice. Rita papa? Ferment. Fret, nice. Team. Teen would work then, right? Yeah, I also thought meant would be a word. Feel doesn't work because L is fake. I was like, feel should work, but yeah. Term, nice. Oh, how about meat? Oh, Aqua got meat. Let's go with... Hey, we got... Oh, you're not doing bad, Angel. You're top 5. Hades. Duress. Leads. So now there's one fake and one hidden letter. Great. Head. Huh. She. Holder. How about hold? Held. Hey, held works. Okay. So H-E-L-D is fine. H-E-L-D, I mean, is fine. H-E-L-D. Sheldon? Sheld? I don't know. This one's hard. If Encore doesn't have something, it means it's hard. Hell. Lead. Lard. Tar. No. Hold. Dad. Deal or no deal. That I spelled deal wrong. Jesus. Sled. Slide. What? Slide wouldn't be one. This is not looking good. Road. Road. Oh, at least give us the letter. Heel. Held. Something with H-E-L-D? Really? Rules. Ruled. Ruled. Yeah. What's the big word? Oh, because it's a bit, we could have done better, but it was a bit lagged for you guys, right? That's sad. Level 14's not bad. I don't know how many people we got, but yeah, 1E. Wait, was it 1E? Oh, I didn't even pay attention. We had Aqua in first with 211 points there. Everyone else contributing. Me in second, Sai in third. Yearly. I've never seen that word before. Oh, okay. That makes me feel better that we lost on that one. It was hurdle, right? Hurdle. Yeah, they've been adding a lot. I don't know if you're in the Discord, but on the Words on Stream Discord, they talk about a lot. Oh, thank you for the raid.
Athos 252 raided my stream with 4 views.
I appreciate it. Athos 252, welcome. Let me guess what you were playing this game. Let's see. Yep, Words on Stream, cool. Thanks for the raid. Hello. Are you British? Yeah, we were playing some Pokemon. We're doing Pokemon Nuzlocke. I'm mostly a Pokemon streamer and also ooh, beautiful song. And a community game streamer. So if you like Pokemon and you like community games and you like me, then yeah. No, but I know a guy. Nice. Cool. How long were you playing it for? And how far did you get? This game's hard. First thing he says is, "Are you bro?" Because he said hello, or she said hello. Athos. He said, right? Okay, I see your profile picture now. Okay. Little love. The new ones are super confusing. True. I like Oh, I thought you were talking about the new words on this game. I read backwards because I'm dumb sometimes. I like Pokemon, but only the original 150, 151. Ah, you're one of those. I see. No worries. Song request V. Nice. I tried to copy paste. That's funny. And I'm gonna against his head. The new ones are definitely confusing. Like, for me, the variants are confusing. Like, when they add, like, a Alolan and then they add Galarian types. It's like, bro. Just give me Pikachu and that's it. Ooh, nice baptize, sir. Let's go with Taze. Oh, all three of you saw baptize. Did my second attempt to add the song work? You could put it again. If it didn't work, I'll just skip it. One of those. I'm not sure. Sorry. Only level 7, but we're 3 active players, so we're happy with that. Oh, okay, nice. Anything that isn't on Pokemon Red Blue is lost to me. Oh, you're really OG. Okay, cool. Did my second attempt... Oh. You see, I read backwards because I'm done. Good to see you again. Oh! Aqua, of course, knows the community. Sir Levin, welcome. Yeah, I don't think I've seen you before. And yeah, Red Blue... I'm pretty young, I guess, so... I didn't grow up with Red Blue. Zeta? I did not expect that one. But I grew up with... Leaf Green, Fire Red, Emerald, but I guess those are, those aren't Red and Blue, so. But Leaf Green's a remake of Red and Blue, so. I do like those. Hey, what's up here, buddy? There is an endless ping pong to rediscover. How you doing, man? I'm happy I'm streaming and you were able to jump in. I haven't talked to you in a while. The Words game is a pretty small community. We're running into each other. Oh yeah, I know. I did a 24-hour stream of this game. We got up to level 300 or something. Very frustrating. One of the most frustrating 24-hour streams I did, because I went into it with the mentality that we would beat the world record, but nah, it's a very hard game. Okay, now it added. Yeah, I don't think it added before. Thanks, Aqua, for putting it again. So you must know Emma then, right? Emma's awesome. I tried the newer ones and was put off with how many ghost and dragon types there were. Yeah, like, one thing I don't like, before I continue reading your message, one thing I don't like about the newer Call of Duties, the newer Pokemons, are that they have way too many legendaries and dragon Pokemon. Dragon Pokemons, they're kind of cool, but way too many legendaries. Like, legendaries are supposed to be legendary, you know? You're not supposed to have a billion of them. Hey, what's up, Sammy? How are ya? Crotchety old man felt it ruined the specialness. Yeah, no, I agree with that. At least with legendaries. Stretch. Oh, we found a new place to work. Nice. More money, same job. How you doing, Sammy? Awesome to see ya. Yes, no L. Just a hint for anyone who doesn't know. When there are fake letters and hidden words, it's best to look at the biggest word, if it was solved, and just recreate words based off the biggest word. So in this case, every other word here is going to have an R-E-C-T-I-F-Y. So you could just look at rectify or certify and then figure out every other word. Otherwise, it gets, like, tricky. That's how I do it, Alice. Just gonna get out. Doing well, I have to sleep now. I have to sleep now because I dropped a hard class. Oh, you're able to sleep now because you dropped a hard class? What class did you drop? Alright, thanks for the lurk, thanks for popping in, and have a good night. I hope the kidney transfer goes well. If that's happening before next time I see you, Angel. See you, bro. Kidney transfer, kidney replacement, right? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It's the same thing. One of the big reasons. Wait, we need one more word here. Refit. Trice. Okay. It's the same reason. I've heard that before. Yeah. It's the same reason I kind of got over Pokemon Go. Because they just kept having events for, like, shiny Pokemon. And I'm like, okay, like, it's so easy to get a shiny Pokemon now. They're not special anymore. And that kind of, like, pissed me off. So I stopped playing that. Pro players know every word from Rectify. Yeah. True. Some pro players are insanely... Peepo. Good. Aqua's really, really good. I remember when Aqua started playing. She was pretty good, but now... Very good. Same job, better job. I'll go to Germany? You're going to work in Germany? You did want to move, but Jesus. Is it expensive? Oh, I love this song. This is a throwback song. The game just... That's exciting. What the hell? Same job, better job. I'll go to Germany. Whoa, that's so cool. Traveling is so amazing. Oh, I might go to Germany just to visit you. Wait, so where are you gonna have the... You're still having the wedding in Turkey, though, right? The game just takes long words and adds a random letter that's fake. Yeah. And my cat is staring at me like I don't remember. Alright. Thank you very much for the raid. Sorry, I should have conversed with you more. You know, learn what games you play and stuff. Maybe we could play games together and stuff. But thank you so much for the raid, and maybe we'll talk later and have a good one. Go love your cat. People, don't look at the S. Yes. Actually, I was good. I can't get past level 40 with the new words. Really? Well, let's hope someone jumps in at level 40 then. Or, you know, Sir 11 or someone is, you know, could do well. Or Sammy. You need a Twitch cat? No. I have a dog. Actually, someone told me dog cam, right? I think Angel said it yesterday. So I might put another cam facing where my dog usually sits. For a dog cam. I'm allergic to cats, like deathly allergic. Oh, thanks for the...
Sir 11 is now
follow.
following.
Gozaimasu. Thank you. It's the delayed voice, but I'm supposed to say thanks for the follow with my dyed hair. Appreciate it. Bring the dog on cam. My dog's not here now. I closed the door upstairs because I recently, like the other day, I cleaned my whole room. Like I vacuumed it and I washed it, and then my dog gets stinky after like a day, and he always sleeps on my bed. So today I was kind of being mean and I closed the door, but I'll open it. He'll probably come later tonight, and I have to set it up for a dog cam. Bring the dog on cam now. He doesn't like when I bring him on cam too. He's like, what are you doing? Why are you picking me up? Use the library. Yes, use library indeed. You and me. Rail. Damn it, I always get rail. Nice, Sammy. Blair. Oh, we already got this round. What does Ryal mean? R-I-Y-A-L. I'm black. I say that a lot too, do you know? Welcome back, bro. I say that with my friends. I don't say that on stream because, you know, I don't know. Wrecking Ball? Ew, you like that song, Aqua? You usually have very nice taste in music. No offense. I mean, Wrecking Ball is fine, I guess. It's a Middle Eastern... Rial? Middle Eastern currency.
Rial.
Rial. Basic monetary unit of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Yemen. You're right. Oh, that's cool. Well, not really, but yeah. I know geography. All right. I was going to say enjoy your test. Good luck on your test, Sai. Thanks for the lurk. I don't do that one, Dino, but they accept foreign currencies because it's what we call them in English. That's a good sound. You should watch the video too of Wrecking Ball. He'll love it. I've seen it. It's what happened to Miley Cyrus? She went from like regular person to like abnormal, no negative connotation, just abnormal, you know, and then just yeah, I don't know what this does not sound like Wrecking Ball. What? Unless someone else put a song before Wrecking Ball. By the way, anyone is more than welcome to put music, so don't be shy. Just the rules are there to how to put it, and yeah, bind, nice, binding. Blinding? Oh, I can't. It's one N. Lind. We lost a big player with Sai leaving for his test, but yeah, this sounds okay. Isn't this from some game? This is from a game, right? Like a famous game, and you guys are gonna get mad at me for not knowing. It's a good song. So we need some words. Persona, maybe? Maybe. Yeah, it sounds like a Persona type song. Guild. Guild? Oh, it is a Persona. Oh, so Dino put it probably. You put it, yeah, Dino? Hey, we beat the level. Let's go. Yeah, I haven't played Persona either. I only know the songs because of Dino, actually. They have nice songs. At some point, this game's about knowing which real words are rejected and which wrong words are accepted. True. It's memorization. It's definitely memorization if you're trying to really be amazing at the game. But at the same time, like, you increase your machine. No machine. Okay. You increase your it's a good memory game. So it's good for that. I guess, you know. I saw mints and I put mints. I came, I saw, I conquered. No, okay. Chime? Chime, let's go. Oh, you didn't put this on. I can check who put it on, but it makes everything weird. Oh, Aqua put it on. So it makes the screen flicker, which that's why I didn't want to check. My bad. Yeah, if you join the Discord, you see how like crazy people get into it. Every time a new word is found, they put it on the Discord, so they could kind of memorize all of them. Kane. Okay, we got M-I-N-C-E and H. Chime? Oh, I'd put chime. Change. Chimes. Mines. Chin. Chimney. Yeah, no A. That's right, no A. Any ideas, guys? Why is hidden? Yes. Niche. Okay, I think we lost. I think we got to level 14 before the raid as well. But this was a weird one. We got Diego now. I know he loves this game. Exaggeration. He doesn't like this game. Welcome back. How was your walk? Yeah, 14's not bad, yeah. Bye. Alright, goodbye, Diego. Oh, Sai was in first, Aqua second, and Sir in third. Okay, no worries, sir. By the way, should I call you Sir, or do you go by something else, or? Because I feel like I'm pronouncing Levin wrong every time. Sickle! Okay. Or no, you're guessing Sickle. I was like, you go by Sickle? Okay. Levin or Sir works. Okay. Alright, cool. See you. I walked less today because there was too much pollution. Jesus, really? Aqua, stop putting music. It's not nice. I'm just joking. You can put music after, Damn, why put lick, Diego? Come on, bro. Come on. This is a mature stream. You gotta calm down. You hit your limit, yeah. I mean, as you know, it comes back once your song finishes, so. Ooh, licks. That's right. That was a good one, Sammy. I guessed the word. But you guessed. Good job, I guess. Too much pollution, though. That's interesting. Even in New York, I never feel like that's the case where it's too much pollution that I can't walk outside. Too much garbage, though. Definitely too much garbage. And that's only in recent years. COVID definitely didn't make that any better with garbage. This is Wrecking Ball, right? No, I like this one. I'm a god at this. You got another word? Hey, nice, you got silk. Do you like the game now? This is Wrecking Ball, right? Okay, I'm not gonna lie. After going to karaoke in Japan, I started loving a lot of pop music. Just because, like, singing with other people is just sort of fun. So I don't mind Wrecking Ball, and I haven't heard it in a while. Like a wrecking ball. Another word. Very nice. Try to beat Aqua. If you beat Aqua, Diego, I'll gift you a sub. If you beat Aqua, like, in total. But Aqua has to try. Never mind. Aqua will just not try, so you get the sub. I take it back. Never mind. Unless she tries, and you try. Nice, Sammy. How about Just? I think Aqua's looking for more music anyway. Let's see, what could we get here? Jump, nice, Grace. Mist. We got Must. What's the big one here? I came in like a wrecking ball. Oh, Stump. I can't add more music, you add a limit. Yeah, but you could get music prepped, you know? Jumpsuit, nice. If I get on top, do I get a free sub for the year? November and December? No. Like, you're gonna get on top. That's what she said. I don't know. Listen, I'm not rich. If I was rich, I would say yes. I do like doing challenges for subs from time to time, though. I do want to... Especially when I start making more money and this is like a career with Twitch and YouTube, I think I'll be gifting more subs and making stuff like that. I won't be more hesitant to do that, you know? I will go, though. I have stuff to do at home. No worries. Have a great one, Diego. Thanks for popping in. But yeah... The limit works, like, you're gonna have... you're gonna be able to add more music once your song ends. So it's just so that one person doesn't put, like, all the music. I thought I said it before, but... No, I didn't say it today. Now, if there was a competition, if someone was, like, near your level, Aqua, then maybe I would do that, but that would be interesting. Hey, Nathan, welcome back. I'm not horny. I'm happy. You're already on top, Aqua. This song made me sad. It makes you think of your ex or something. Oh, yeah. Are you still going out with that girl? You cannot... No, I'm not trying to cheer. I'm trying to write this song. It said you cannot cheer in your own channel. Let's go. I got the word. Oh, I got the other word too. I'm coming like a wrecking ball. What girl? You were telling me about a girl with a big butt. Or something. Once. Jesus. What is this song? Sounds cool, but the hell is it? Shibala Bodobo Jabara. Hey, nice. Rank. I thought you put Ranf, and Ranf was a word. I was like, what's Ranf? This song sounds cool. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I split with her? Ah, okay. Damn. You're always with a girl, Dino. It's so hard to keep up. I have one friend that's like that. He's always with a different girl, and he tells me all these stories, and I'm like, he's like, remember that girl? I'm like, no, I don't. He's a whore. Or a player, whichever you want to use. She did have a big... Okay. Top 10 hours. Rhea. Is that like diarrhea? Please tell me it's like diarrhea. I just realized this is a different language. I'm trying to figure out what language. What language is this? Korean? I'm just guessing Korean, but doesn't really sound like Korean? I'm with a different girl every week, too. Hey, you guys have a lot in common. Clip. How about clap? She was really good, but we didn't want the same thing. You wanted big butt, and she wanted big butt. Oh, no, wait. That's the same thing. Never mind. I was gonna make a dumb joke, but no, I can't. However, my girls are friends. Oh, okay. Good to know, I suppose. Hey, Michelle! What's up? Let me imagine. This is what Michelle did. Let's see who is playing words on... Oh, Ping Pong Masters. I haven't seen him in a while. Jumps in. That's it. We're beating the world record. I'm never with a new girl every week. Ugh, fine, every day. Whatever. How you doing, Emma? Yeah. Haven't been with a woman in a long time. But that's what the internet is for. Hey, plea. Oh, Aqua got play. This song is interesting and weird and cool and weird at the same time. How about pale? How about... Ooh, Sammy got pale and peel. That's literally what just came to my mind. Hit or miss. Hit or miss. How about pile? Oh. Cape. Nice. Okay, if I can stay number one, then can I get a free sub for just 1 month? Sure. But Michelle has to try. Like, Emma has to try. Yes. Oh, you're not even number one! Ooh! I'm number one! Ooh, Sammy's 1 point behind, too. Ooh, this is interesting. I actually want to try really hard now. Let's be honest, I'm not gonna... Oh. Damn it. I'm always ready. You're number one for now. True. You have to be number one when we lose. And then I'll gift you a sub. Agenda. Banged. Damn, Michelle. You don't need to tell us your personal story. Stories. I'm so funny. This is Kingdom Hearts, yeah? Kingdom Hearts, there's a certain sound to it. Oh, I know this song. Na, 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 na. Even though I've never... I think it actually is Kingdom Hearts. For the 10th of November, I am not ready, no. I love this song so much. Nice. Yeah, I know you're a big Nintendo fan, Sammy. Which is really cool. I wish I was a big fan of one type of game, so I could just play it all the time and like really enjoy it. Jesus, Aqua's going all out now. Maybe I should steal some words in here. This is a very nice song though. Dank. Don't worry, you're getting a lot of words. My jokes are so bad. Just say Smash because it has so many series in it. Yeah, Smash. Yeah, Smash would be good. My brother is in love with Smash. Super Smash Bros. But I don't have that like one game. Like Call of Duty kind of was that game, but I don't think it's a good game to stream. Well, I don't like streaming it because I like talking with chat, and when I stream it, I'm talking with people in the game. Aren't you a fan of Pokemon? You should play that every stream. I do. I am a fan of Pokemon, but it's not like I'm not like an insane fan of it, you know? I like it. I like talking. That's what I like. I like talking with people. That's what I like. I don't know why I repeated myself. Radish, nice. Rats. Yeah. I would really, really enjoy it if, like, streamer house, and there's other streamers, and we just, like, play games. And then, you know, talk to chat from time to time. Like, that would be cool. But that's in the future. That's in the future. Listen, life is a marathon, not a sprint, right? So. Ooh, how about hard? Oh, Aqua got hard. I'ma head out. Alright, good night, Craze. Have an amazing night, and may Jesus be with you. Thank you for the extreme stretch. Thank you for the extreme stretch. Wait, extreme stretch I gotta get up for. Oh my god. Whew. So I cover my shirt so no one could see my my body. Then we got one leg. Oh, that feels good. I've been trying to do yoga every day. I do it a couple times a week now. It helps a bit. Oh, I'm like an old man. Oh, that felt good. That felt good. That felt good. Raid? What do you mean raid? You guys don't want to play? Why do you guys keep saying raid? Your body is hard? Thanks. Not really. My body is just jiggly. I weigh the most I've ever weighed in my life. Oh, it feels like it's lagging right now. What the heck? Let me try to reduce lag a bit here. Alright, cool. Now it should be good. Sorry about the flashes. Explode. Nice. Gotta eat dinner. Alright, nice emotes. I love the Mario one. Thanks for popping in, Sammy. Have an amazing dinner. How much do I weigh? How much do you think I weigh? How about that? You saw me wake up. Wake up? Jesus, the song just got in my head. You saw me stand up a minute ago. Explosion would be cool, but too long. Nope. Ooh, this song sounds cool. We got deep. Deep is a good word. Oh, I could put it in. I can't put it in. 156? No, I wish. 156 was where I was happy. I weigh more than 156. 156, I might have been a bit too skinny. 156, I was happy. I was 155 in Japan. That was the lowest I ever was, I think. Well, not ever, but like, yeah. Is Cod here? No, he went sleep. I think he went to sleep. He definitely had to go. Cod is not here. 169. Hey, 69. No. I used 165 is like my. I like 165, but no, I'm not 169. I'm a higher than 169. I don't look it though. Everyone doesn't think I'm how much I actually weigh, which is It is kind of weird how I weigh that much, but 189? No, I'm 181, I think now, which is the most I've ever weighed in my life. Yeah, I look light. Yeah, I look fine, right? Yeah, I think it's because my arms are really small, but my legs are pretty big. Like I have big thighs and legs, so I think that's what probably adds to the weight. I don't know. But yeah, 181. Hey, Pokemon theme song trap remix, nice. Clink. Change. Clink. Clothing. Ooh, nice, Aqua. I would bend you over, bro. No cap. Oh, that's sweet, bro. Thank you. Yeah. How tall are you, Dino? Thong. Michelle. Oh my god. You can't say that on Twitch. PP is 185. Well, that means I can carry you easily. No, you can't. No, I'm like 181. I'm not 185. It's a word, though. Yeah, a word that you put. Why would you put that word? I was just joking. Glitch. Ooh, nice. Glint. Thong. Long? Oh, it's 5 letters. I just realized it's 5 letters now. You're 5 foot? 4, 6'4" on my money? What? Is that from a song? I can carry 300 pounds? Jesus! So you can't carry me and my mom. You can't carry that. No, we're gonna lose here. No! Any words, guys? Goth? How is goth not a word? But thong is. Like, for this game. We did get the furthest we got today, though. Got this. Oh, yeah. I'm an idiot. Yeah, it's 4 letters, yeah. Okay, let's see if you got first place, Aqua. Even though Michelle came in late. Oh, you got first place. You actually got first place. Anyway. Give me a second, okay? Give me a second. I didn't expect that. Good job. Listen, I'm not a millionaire. What, you want me to gift a sub? No. I'm not gonna do that. Well, I'm pressing buttons and it's taking very long. Wait, do you have 2 accounts? 2 accounts are popping up. I don't want to give someone that's not you. What the heck? Oh, no, now it works, I guess. Oh, fine. I guess you deserve that. I'm such a good person.
Ping Pong Masters gifted Aquasur Mala a subscription.
Don't.
Ping Pong Masters gifted a tier 1 sub to Aquasur Mala.
Oh yeah, to like hold us true. Poggers. A deal is a deal. I don't know what I was getting out of that deal, but a deal is a deal. This sounds cool, this song. Let's go with if Emma/Michelle gets 100 points more than I don't know how much better she is, but that's the real. Yeah, I know. That's for tomorrow's stream, Nathan. Oh wow.
Denal_Gigabyte gifted to Ilema a subscription. Denal_Gigabyte gifted a tier 1 sub to Xylema.
I didn't think of that actually.
They have given 20 gift subs in the channel.
But Oh, oops, I copied that before, so... But Twitch takes half of it, so... Not really, but yeah. It was worth it, it's okay. Welcome back to the Pink fam. She's like, I don't care, I just want to play Words on the Street. But yeah. That was very nice of you, Dino. Arigatou gozaimasu. I'm just joking. What other words we got here? What's a word here? Mops. Oh, mops is good, yeah. Pom-pom. That doesn't make sense. Why are you decreasing my IQ? By the way, if the Pokemon do get in the way, let me know. I could make it smaller or remove it or something. I was making a joke, Dino. That's the type of jokes I like making. They're funny. I don't know. You need to make the wheel far bigger. It's just things that won't make you suffer. For the big one, are just... Well, what do you mean by that, Nathan? Sorry. Keep playing community games. There's a solution to please all the fans. I like playing community games, but... how do I explain it? There's multiple things about community games. One of the biggest things is, like, it's hard to make YouTube videos out of community games. Or maybe it's not hard, but I don't know how I would. With Pokemon, I feel like I could, and I like editing videos for Pokemon. I don't know how I would do that for community games. No, I can't go to the wheel. The wheel is for Pokemon. So, tomorrow I'll spin it. And you'll see it? Oh. You need to make the wheel for the big one. Just the things that won't make you suffer. What, make things that only make... No, we need one more word. Soups. Oh my god. Jesus. Maybe I should play a bit here. Be more... I didn't even get one word here. But yeah. I do like Pokemon though. Gravity. Nice. Plus with Pokemon, there's an objective in it. With this, it's like, yeah, beat the world record objective. But other than that, you could get better at it. That's definitely an objective. But there aren't like clear... Or there aren't variety of objectives in this game, for example. So I like objectives in the games. Ammo sentence. Welcome. Aqua came clutch. True. Very. Yeah, very should work, yeah. Damn it. I mean, nice, Aqua. Thanks for the follow. We play Pokemon here a lot, and community games from time to time. And once a week we watch and react to videos. So that's what you'll be getting for following. We don't play Words on stream all the time, but from time to time. Gert, nice. What other... Trey? Oh, someone got Trey. I feel like there's something that starts with Y. Your face spooked me when they followed. Yeah, I'm good like that. I spook you even when I try not to. It's a Halloween thing. Did you do any... You guys did anything for Halloween? I didn't do anything for Halloween. I just stayed home like a loser. I think, yeah. What does traggy mean? Traggy.
Tragus.
Tragus. Prominence of the inner side of the external ear, in front of and partly closing the passage to the organs of hearing. Traggy is plural. Interesting. I celebrated my cousin's birthday on the 30th. Nice. You didn't do a Halloween stream, yes. I've been caught. I actually ended up going to... I wanted to start doing Saturday. Yeah, it was Sunday, yeah. Why didn't I don't remember why. I think I was hungover from Saturday. Well, I went to my friend's house Saturday. Because he just got a job. He just became a nurse and got a job at a nice hospital at around the same time. So we went there to celebrate. We went there Saturday to celebrate. I kind of didn't want to go. I wanted to go after the stream because we were supposed to do the video stream. But I was a good friend, and I just cut the stream out. Bad streamer, though. You got very drunk? Oh, nice. Nice. But also not nice. Watch your health. But nice. Yeah, I got drunk, too. Thankfully, I'm past the age where I, you know... Well, I never really got peer pressure to drink. Not really. But, you know, I'm also, like, I could feel when I drink too much, so... I drank, and we were playing Kings, which is, like, the card drinking game. And I was like, nope, I can't drink anymore. And they're like, this is why you don't drink sake. And I was, like, drinking sake, whiskey, and, the Korean drink. Shoju. They're like, you have to have beer. But I didn't want to have beer. But I was just like, oh, I'm done with the game. And I just started drinking water, because I know myself, you know. Not so bad that I blacked out. That's good. Good night, Nathan. Thanks for pooping in, as always. I definitely got peer pressured. Yeah. If you get really drunk, that's sometimes the reason, you know. Or it's just the vibes that create that environment. Router. Nice. Easy route. Interesting songs you guys are putting on. Yeah. Torer. I didn't even... if you told me Torer was a word, I wouldn't believe you. Torer. Someone who tours? Is that what it is? Oh my god, I'm burping too much. By the way, this will be the last a few rounds. And then we're gonna raid probably another Words on Stream player just to keep the hype going. But what am I saying? We're gonna beat the world record right now, so no one has to worry about that. No one that I follow is streaming that right now, so my cousin's probably rated a random person. My cousin's literally said, let's see who can drink the most, and I said, I'm gonna win. I used to do that with a good friend of mine when I used to drink a lot more. Which could get fun. If you guys are around the same level of drinking, it could get fun. And if you're not too competitive, I guess. But yeah, that sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Your cousin was like, oh, let's see who can drink more. Because that's probably what he sounds like, right? And you're like, I'm gonna win. Because that is how you sound like. And true, you see? Ammo sent us that's true. I don't know why everything's lagging lately. What words are here? Carbohydrates. Hey, let's go. I'm smart. Brang is a word? No way. Cobra, nice. Oh, Cobra and Carb. Oh, this is the Pokemon trap music. Train them is my con. Did your cousin get messed up also? My cousins are Mexican. Hicks? What's a hick? That drink way too much. Oh, chicks. Chicks? I'm guessing. G-Fake, yes. Pokemon, gotta catch it. Oh my god, this is such a good remix. What the hell? Oh my god. This hits so hard. Bacon? I'm Jewish. No, thank you. Oh. Yeah. From the Mexican friends I know, Mexican parties is a lot of drinking. I went to Japan with a Mexican guy. Thank God. My tolerance was higher than his, because I think I would get messed up way too much. Or I would just not drink, I guess, but I don't know. As much. Well, we had around the same tolerance, and then I started drinking a bit too much. Touch them is my real test. Train them is my cause. My cousin walked around with tequila and she said, want a shot? Want a shot? Is that how Shawit. Narc. Rowan. I love that word. That's a cool name. I think it's from Aragon. Well, not from Aragon, but I think there's a character named Rowan in Aragon. Let me see. Oh no, it's Roran. Damn it. And I loved that character. My life is over. I thought it was a Rowan. You could have just said, no, I don't want a shot. Hey, we got Emma in first, Aqua in second, Ammo in third, and me in fourth, and Nathan. Rowan, yes. Wait, do you actually remember? You read Aragon? Aragon was amazing. Gotta catch him all. How about Viper? Viper, no swiping. I'm so stupid. Noop. Snoop. Let's go with Snoop. Oh, I thought I got Snoop. I'm gonna steal Govern. Nice, getting Governor. Oh, I know the song. No, I should go around asking different people to take a shot. That's cool. P fake, E is hidden. True. Yes. Send your vids to the React to channel on Discord to see it featured next week. Yes. We'll be reacting to videos, well, this week. I should say this week, not next week. Well, I should change that. That's for, we started reacting to videos. You can send in videos we'll react to together. Your love me, kill me, fool me. I haven't heard this song in a while. Goner. Let's go. Alright, see you, Dino. See you, bro. May Jesus be with you. Goon is 4 letters. Oh, it works, right. There are 4 letters. And I don't think I've heard the whole song in a while, if I ever did. Oh, my back. Ergo. Ergo is a great word. Nice. Level 14. If we could get to level 20 tonight, that would be cool. Thriller. Nice. Have a beautiful night, everyone. Thank you. You too. I just read that. Oh, I don't like... sometimes so slow. That was quick. Audience. Good dance. So love me, kill me, fool me. Kane. Kane? Oh, it's 5 letters now. Okay. Kane's acne. Nice. Kane's does work. Okay. Induce. Huh. Dang. Dunce. Nice. What else is here? Damn, you guys are fast. Wait, deuce should work here too, right? Yeah. I love how we got dace before deuce. What does dace mean? Definition of dace. To rid or keep free. Oh, de-ice. I always think it's I always forget that it's literally de-ice. Yeah. It's just because there's no Jesus, how was I an English teacher? There's no... Oh my god. Alright, we're just gonna continue. What is that called? What is the thing? The line. Dash? No dash? Whatever. Let's go with angle. Antler. Oh, that would have been so cool if I got that. Hyphen. Yes, hyphen. I'm so happy I don't teach English anymore. Oh, it's 5 letters. It's 5 letters. I did not deserve that job. Ooh. Oh, what word was it? Teff, welcome. Emma, we don't know your word. Wait, what was the word though? Ooh, we got ankle. G is fake. K is hidden. Line. Well, I guess we don't. Blank. K. K no G. K no G. Bantle? Cantle? Antle? Lantle? Anti is 4 letters. Oh, blanket. Nice. I did not get that. Thank you. That actually helps a lot. Tank. And it doesn't matter. Leak? A link? A link it? Bleat. Nice. I was about to say Mario Kart. Michael Jackson is like one of the most fun people to karaoke. Because you just go, ah! Like every 5 seconds. And it's just, people look at you and it's funny. I don't know. We got Emma in first, followed by Aqua. Jesus. You actually do have more than 100 points than the second place person. That's crazy. I got Steed. Huh. Beetle? Beetle? Oh wait, I can't guess right now. I don't know if beetle's a word. Dessert. Ah. Also, R is the... Gotcha. To be fair, Aqua is getting music and stuff, so... To what I said before. Trees. 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 Dieters. Treed. Reeds. Reeds is a word. Damn, I'm getting a lot of words this round. There's no B, unfortunately. So these are the letters. I wonder if tears is a word. Reset, nice. Right, something would be right. Read. You could pretend you know the words for Michael Jackson, and half the time, no one will notice. Esther. What does Esther mean? It's my aunt's name.
Esther.
An organic compound made by replacing the hydrogen of an acid by an... Okay, I'm just gonna stop reading it. Many naturally occurring fats and essential oils are esters of fatty acids. Like chemistry. Yeah. I don't... Thank you, though. Ride of the Valkyries. Why does that sound so familiar? Is it because you put it before and then I got it, Aqua? I, like, heard it? Or it just sounds familiar. Banes. Carpet. Ooh. Carpet would have been interesting. Crane? I got something. Crane. So B or Q is... Oh, B and Q are fake, guys. B and Q are fake. I'm a genius. I'm so happy I got green. Let's see if S is the... Nope. That would have been so cool if I got it. B and Q. Crane. 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 Wait, cable didn't work, right? Obviously, we're missing a letter here, but... that's just to give you guys an idea. Cairn? It's classical music. It's like Japanese came out of him. which is assumed to increase your critical thinking. Wasn't that proved, like, false? Like, for kids, you can't... Jesus, we got to level 25. That was pretty good. What's a secret letter, though? I thought it was proven to be possibly false. I wouldn't be surprised if it calms you down, though. Yeah. Oh? Crane. Acorn. Ah, cornea. Oh, Aqua got it. Ah. Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten that. Well, these are good vibes, but I will be going off. Yeah. I mean, we play to just win. Try to win. But good job. Jesus, Michelle with 383 points. Emma in second with 201. Aqua with 199. Very close. Then me, Nathan, and Tef the gamer. Thanks for watching, guys. Let's rate someone who's playing. Just to, you know, spread the love of words on stream. Oh, the song sounds cool, though. You suck less than other people. Let's see who the #1 player, how they are. If they're chill or not. And there's an advertising. You cunning little dictionary, stole cornea. Have a good night, y'all. Have a good night. We're gonna raid Calamity. Actually, no. Let's rate the person who has... Jesus, I just watched that whole ad for no reason. Let's rate the person who has less people watching, you know, to give them some help. Unless you guys will already going somewhere else. The Deviant Eevee. Oh, Eevee. It's a Pokemon. I must raid. Electro Boom? Oh, I don't know who Electro Boom is. I'll take it as a compliment. Electro Boom. Hey, no, I don't look like him. I know that guy. That's the guy that did the guitar thing. Alright, let's raid the Deviant. Let's see if it works. I don't know if it'll work.
I figured that's not one, but I mean, that's something.
Someone already said tuna.
What the heck? Oh, I'll rate it the old-fashioned way. I mean the new way. Alright, something went wrong. Oh. Okay, let's rate. Have a good night, y'all. Have a good one.
Oh, we got it all. Well, I mean, you guys got it.